Hey fam! This is Horcrux Harry. Today's story is gonna blow your mind. What if Fleur and Hermione kissed Harry at Yule Ball and Unbreakable Veela Harem bond activated? Show some love with a like and subscribe. Here we go. Chapter 1. The night everything changed, the Great Hall had been transformed into something that didn't quite feel like Hogwarts anymore, and Harry thought that was probably the point. Ice sculptures rose from the corners of the room like frozen giants, catching the candlelight and throwing it back in fractured blues and silvers. The enchanted ceiling, usually content with stars, had gone full theatrical. Snowflakes drifted down and dissolved before they hit anyone's dress robes, and the 4 house tables had vanished entirely, replaced by dozens of smaller ones draped in white and gold. The Weird Sisters were setting up on a raised platform near the far wall, their instruments looking distinctly alive in a way that Harry had learned not to question at Hogwarts. He stood at the entrance to the hall in his dress robes, the bottle green ones that weren't as terrible as Ron's, which was about the highest compliment available, and felt deeply, profoundly out of place. Parvati Patil was on his arm, beautiful in robes the color of a flame, and she deserved better than a partner who kept scanning the crowd with the expression of someone waiting for a bludger. Harry knew that. He smiled at her, and she smiled back, and it was the kind of perfectly pleasant social transaction that meant absolutely nothing. "You look terrified," Parvati said cheerfully, as they moved into the hall. "I look fine. You look like you're about to face a dragon." "I've faced a dragon." "I looked much calmer." She laughed at that, which he hadn't entirely expected, and Harry felt some of the tension in his shoulders ease off as they found a table near the middle of the room. Ron arrived a moment later with Padma, wearing an expression that suggested he would rather be literally anywhere else. Padma's face had already arranged itself into polite disappointment, the kind that takes practice. Harry caught Ron's eye. Ron shrugged with his whole body. The champion's entrance was announced with a flourish of music, and Harry stood, offered Parvati his arm again, and walked with the other champions into the hall while 400 students watched. He spotted Victor Krum immediately. The Bulgarian seeker moved through a crowd the way his broom moved through air, with total indifference to the things around him. Cedric Diggory was all easy grace and good teeth. The Beauxbatons delegation made sounds that weren't quite words when Fleur appeared. Harry had to admit, privately and without drama, that Fleur Delacour in silver robes was one of the more striking things he'd ever seen. Her hair was up in some complicated arrangement that suggested it had taken significant magic to achieve, and she walked with the particular confidence of someone who had stopped noticing that people stared at her roughly 3 years ago. Her partner, some 7th year from Beauxbatons who had clearly won a lottery and knew it, looked dazed. Fleur's eyes swept the room, efficient and assessing, and for just a moment they landed on Harry. She gave him a small nod, the kind you give a fellow soldier before a battle. He nodded back. They were champions. They'd shared a tent in the first task's waiting area and talked for 20 minutes about dragons, and in those 20 minutes Harry had decided she was probably the most direct person he'd ever met, which he respected enormously. The champions' table was long and placed at the head of the room. Harry found himself seated between Parvati and an empty chair that filled when a Beauxbatons girl sat down, looking like she'd prefer to be studying. Dumbledore was at the center of the table, silver beard braided for the occasion, twinkling at something Madame Maxime said. Karkaroff sat with his back very straight and his smile very thin. The food appeared and Harry ate, and the evening began in earnest. He talked with Parvati, who was genuinely funny when she wasn't nervous, and who had opinions about Quidditch that were sharper than he'd expected. He talked briefly with Cedric, who leaned across the table to ask whether Harry's egg had started making sense yet, and Harry said no, and Cedric smiled like he knew something and went back to Cho. Harry ate a bread roll and stared at the ice sculpture nearest him and thought about the lake. The second task was 2 months away and the golden egg sat in his dormitory making a sound like someone being strangled. "You're thinking about the tournament," Parvati said. "I'm thinking about the bread roll. You've been staring at the ice sculpture for 4 minutes. He looked at her. "Are you timing me? I was curious how long it would take you to notice." She tilted her head toward the sculpture. "It's a mermaid, by the way." In case you were wondering, it was a mermaid. Harry felt faintly foolish. The meal wound down, and the weird sisters launched into their first number with the kind of enthusiastic chaos that made everyone's chairs vibrate slightly. The dance floor filled fast. Harry and Parvati danced for 2 songs, and Harry was not a good dancer, but Parvati was patient and laughed when he stepped on her foot and didn't make it painful, and he was genuinely grateful for that. Ron and Padma lasted approximately 45 seconds before Padma gave up and went to find more interesting company, which Harry couldn't blame her for. Ron slumped into a chair near the wall and watched Victor Crumb dance with Hermione. Harry had done a double take when he'd seen Hermione earlier in the evening. He wasn't sure what it was exactly. Her hair was different, yes, and the periwinkle robes were unexpectedly good, but mostly it was something in the way she was standing, like she'd decided for one night to stop making herself smaller. She looked like herself, but the version of herself she usually kept locked behind arithmancy textbooks. Ron had not taken it well, which was its own specific kind of painful to watch. Harry drifted away from the dance floor after the 3rd song, leaving Parvati with a group of Parvati's friends who were far more interesting than anything Harry had to offer, and found a spot near one of the tall windows where the glass was cool and the noise was slightly less overwhelming. He had a glass of something sparkling that wasn't quite pumpkin juice and watched the hall move. Fleur materialized out of the crowd the way she tended to, which was to say suddenly, and without warning. "You are hiding," she said. Not an accusation. Just an observation. "I'm surveying the room. You are hiding near the window." She took the spot beside him without asking, which was exactly what Harry would have done, and looked out at the dance floor. Her partner had apparently dissolved into the crowd. "Your friend, the red-haired one, he looks like he is about to be sick." Harry glanced over at Ron. Ron was glaring at the space where Hermione and Crumb were dancing with an intensity that could have stripped paint. "He'll be fine. He is angry because she is beautiful tonight, and he did not notice until someone else did." Fleur said it without cruelty, the way you'd describe weather. "This is a very common kind of stupid." Harry laughed before he could stop himself. That's accurate." Fleur glanced at him sidelong. There was something measuring in it, not unkind. "You are not like this. You noticed before. Hermione's always been, she's my best friend." "That is not what I mean." She turned to look at him properly, and this closed the Veela charm was a thing you could feel, like standing near a warm fireplace. But Harry had been near Fleur enough times now that his nervous system had sort of filed it away as background information. "I mean that you see people. It is not so common." He didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing, and Fleur seemed to find this acceptable. They stood together in comfortable quiet for a moment, watching the hall. The weird sisters shifted into something slower and half the dancers rearranged themselves. "The second task," Fleur said. "You have solved your egg?" "Working on it. I solved mine in October." She said it without smugness, which made it worse. "It took me 4 days. I thought I would lose my mind." "What was your method?" She looked at him like she was deciding something. "I will tell you mine if you tell me when you solve yours. We compare notes. Champion to champion. Deal." Harry put out his hand and she shook it, and her grip was firm and direct and her fingers were cold from holding her glass, and the handshake lasted exactly the right amount of time. Neither of them made it weird. Then Hermione appeared. She was slightly flushed from dancing, her hair escaping in a few places, and she had the particular expression she wore when she'd been thinking about something for a while and had finally arrived at a decision. Victor Crumb was somewhere behind her, talking to Karkaroff. "Harry," she said, and then, "Oh, Fleur." "Hello?" "Hermione." Fleur inclined her head, and something shifted slightly in her expression. Harry would think about this later. At the time he just noted it the way you note a change in wind direction. "You dance well." "Thank you." Hermione blinked, slightly surprised by the compliment. "Victor's very good. He's much easier to talk to than I expected. Champions often are." Fleur glanced at Harry. "We have something to prove." It makes us more honest. The three of them stood together in the easy way of people who are all, at some level, more comfortable with doing difficult things than making small talk, and Harry felt something settle in his chest that he couldn't name. The hall was loud and warm and full of people, and here in this small pocket near the window, things were quiet. Hermione got herself a drink from a passing tray. Fleur said something dry about the Beauxbatons headmistress that made Hermione laugh. Harry watched them and felt a vague, pleasant sense of rightness that he didn't examine because he wasn't 15 in a way that encouraged self-examination. The Weird Sisters announced a slow number with unnecessary theatricality. The dance floor redistributed itself again. "Come on," Hermione said abruptly, turning to Harry. "Dance with me. Properly. You owe me for the Neville situation." "I don't know what the Neville situation. Fourth year charms, you told him I said his switching spell was better than mine so he'd feel confident enough to try it in front of Flitwick, and it worked, which was very sweet. But you absolutely made that up." Harry opened his mouth. "Dance with me," Hermione said, with the precision of someone deploying a checkmate. He glanced at Fleur, who looked faintly amused. "Go," Fleur said. "I am going to find champagne that is not terrible." Hermione took Harry's hand and pulled him onto the floor, and they danced with the competent but not elegant energy of two people who are too comfortable with each other to be nervous and not romantic enough to be graceful. It was good. It was easy in the way that things were easy with Hermione when she wasn't in full academic crisis mode, when she was just his friend who happened to know everything and wasn't afraid to dance badly if the situation called for it. "You're actually not terrible," Hermione said. "Pravati taught me the basic box step in about 30 seconds. You're a fast learner. I had a good teacher." She smiled at that, and it was the real one, not the polite one. Harry smiled back. Then Fleur was there. He wasn't sure how it happened. He didn't hear her approach because the music was loud, and the hall was crowded, and then she was beside them on the dance floor and she said, "May I cut in?" But she was looking at both of them, not just one, which wasn't how the question was supposed to work. Hermione said, Yes, of course," and stepped aside, but Fleur caught her hand. "Nah," Fleur said, and there was something different in her voice now, something older and deeper than the casual register she'd been using all evening. "I did not mean for one of you to leave. I meant—" She seemed to search for the word and didn't find it in English. "It is a Beauxbatons thing. 3 is not strange. If you are comfortable." Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. In approximately 1/4 of a second they had conducted the entire silent conversation that only close friends can have, assessed each other's comfort, noted the other's curiosity, and arrived at a mutual shrug. "All right," Harry said. What followed was not graceful. 3 people dancing together in a crowd is never graceful. But Fleur navigated it with the confidence of someone who genuinely didn't find it strange, one hand in Harry's, one hand in Hermione's, some informal triangular arrangement that didn't have a name. They moved together, and it felt ridiculous, and then it felt less ridiculous, and then the music did something slow and sweeping and it just felt like the 3 of them in a warm crowded room, turning slowly, the noise of the hall around them like something distant. Harry wasn't thinking about anything. This, for Harry, was exceptional. He was almost always thinking about something: the tournament, Voldemort's name in his Scar's memory, the egg, Ron's mood, some piece of defense homework. Tonight, for this stretch of music, there was nothing. He didn't notice when Fleur's hand shifted from his to his jaw. He didn't, or he did, but it registered slowly, the way things do when you're not expecting them. He turned his head slightly, by instinct, and Fleur kissed him. It wasn't a peck. It wasn't aggressive. It was certain, the way everything Fleur did was certain, and it lasted 3 seconds, and it tasted faintly of champagne, and then it was over and she was looking at him with her blue eyes wide and an expression he'd never seen on her before, surprise. Like she'd surprised herself. She started. Harry was going to say something. He didn't know what. He turned slightly. By some instinct he couldn't have explained afterward, and Hermione was right there, close enough that when she kissed him it required almost no movement at all. Hermione kissed him the way she did everything when she made up her mind, completely, without reservation, a fraction warmer than the champagne cool press of Fleur's lips. And then she pulled back fast, and her hand flew to her mouth, and she stared at him with huge brown eyes that said, "I have no idea why I just did that." "Hermione," he started. The light came from nowhere. That was the only way Harry could describe it afterward. One moment there was the hall and the music and the candles, and then there was light, not from above, not from the ice sculptures, but from them. From him, from Fleur, from Hermione, as if something inside all three of them had caught at the same moment the way kindling catches when the spark finally lands right. It was gold. Not the pale gold of firelight. Something older than that, something that Harry's body recognized before his brain did. Warmth hit him like a wave and then receded, and in its place was something quiet and vast and permanent, like a door that has just been opened in a wall you thought was solid. The music stopped. Not gradually, stopped, instruments halting mid-note as the weird sisters registered something their instruments didn't know how to accompany. The light faded in a handful of seconds, but the room had already gone silent, and 400 people were staring at the three of them standing in the middle of the dance floor. Harry became aware of several things simultaneously. His scar didn't hurt. His scar hadn't hurt in weeks, which was unusual, but right now it actively felt cool, like water on a burn, which was new. Fleur had gone very still. Not afraid still, aware still, the way a predator goes still when it has just identified something significant. Hermione was trembling slightly, and it wasn't cold. And somewhere in Harry's chest, in a place that didn't correspond to any organ he knew about, something had settled into position like a key in a lock. It was the most certain he had ever felt about anything in his life. More certain than catching the snitch, more certain than casting his Patronus, more certain than the fact that Voldemort had killed his parents, and would try to kill him again. 3 points connected. Something old, something enormous, something done. "Harry," Hermione whispered. Her voice was shaking but her eyes were steady. "What was that?" "I don't know." Fleur exhaled slowly. She looked like someone running rapid calculations. "I do," she said quietly, and her voice had gone very flat. "Or I think I do. Maman told me about this. I never thought." She stopped. Pressed her lips together. "We need to not be in this room." Dumbledore was already standing. Harry could see him from across the hall. The headmaster had risen from the champions' table and was moving through the crowd with that deceptive, unhurried speed he had, the kind that covered ground faster than it looked like it should. His face was composed but his eyes were absolutely burning. Not with anger, exactly. With something that looked uncomfortably like alarm dressed in the costume of calm. "He's coming," Harry said. "Yes," Fleur said. "So we go now." She took Harry's hand and Hermione's hand and pulled. She moved through the crowd the way water moves through a gap, not by force but by finding the space, and the crowd yielded, partly because Fleur's presence always made people step back, partly because whatever had just happened had charged the air in a way that made everyone's instincts suggest giving these three some room. They came out through a side door near the front of the hall, and the cold of the Hogwarts corridor hit them like a thrown bucket of water. Harry breathed it in. The noise of the hall dimmed behind the heavy door. The three of them stood in the stone corridor, breathing. Fleur released their hands and turned to face them both, and Harry watched her put herself back together with the efficiency of someone who has practiced composure under pressure. She was still pale, paler than usual, which was notable, but her jaw was set and her eyes were clear. "Tell me what you felt," she said. "Both of you. Now, while it is fresh." "Warm," Harry said immediately. "Like something settled," Hermione finished. She looked at Harry. "You felt it too?" "Yes." "Like something locking into place." Hermione pressed a hand to her sternum. "Here. In my chest. Not my heart, next to my heart. Somewhere that doesn't have a name." Fleur closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, Harry thought she looked very young for a moment, and then not young at all. That is the bond forming, she said. The secondary anchor point. It means the initial connection has seeded. What bond? Harry said. The Veela Harem bond. She said it plainly, without embarrassment, the way you say a technical term. It is old magic. Very old. It runs in Veela bloodlines, or in bloodlines that carry Veela inheritance. It cannot be deliberately activated. It cannot be forced. It occurs when… She paused. When a Veela or a Veela descent chooses. Truly chooses. And the chosen accepts. And the magic between them recognizes the match. You're Veela, Harry said. He knew this. It was not a secret thing about Fleur. And Hermione, I'm not Veela, Hermione said immediately. Then she stopped. A line appeared between her brows. Am I? Something in your blood responded, Fleur said, looking at Hermione with something that was not quite the way she'd been looking at her 5 minutes ago. The assessment was still there, but the temperature of it had changed. The bond does not attach to full humans. It requires the resonance. You have it. Perhaps a grandmother. Perhaps further back. It does not need to be recent. This is not possible, Hermione said, but she said it with the voice of someone doing the arithmetic in their head and not liking where it's landing. Hermione. Harry said her name quietly, and she looked at him, and he held her gaze. You felt it. Her mouth opened. Closed. Yes, she admitted. Then let's work with what happened rather than arguing with it. He looked at Fleur. What does the bond mean? Practically. What actually happens now? Fleur studied him for a moment, and he had the sense she'd expected him to react differently. With panic, maybe, or with that specifically British tendency to pretend something enormous hadn't just happened. You are very calm, she said. I deal with a lot of enormous things, Harry said. I've found calm is more useful than the alternative. The bond? Fleur said, and then she sat down, right there in the corridor, on the cold stone floor in her silver robes, and somehow it was exactly the right thing to do. Harry sat down across from her and Hermione followed, pulling her periwinkle robes under her with a practicality that made him want to smile. The bond is a connection. Magical, permanent. It means that our magic, mine, yours, Hermione's, is aware of the others. It will protect what it considers its own. It will strengthen under threat. She seemed to be translating from something in French and possibly something in a language older than French. It is not a cage. It is not ownership. My grandmother described it as, she said, it is like having the door between you always open. You feel more. You are more aware. And the magic grows. Grows how? Hermione said, and Harry recognized her tone. It was the one she used when she was about to take notes. Stronger. Each of us. The bond feeds on the match between us. On what we are to each other. It amplifies it. Fleur paused. And there is one other thing. Of course there is, Harry said. The corner of Fleur's mouth moved. Not quite a smile. It cannot be undone. Silence in the corridor. Somewhere above them, the muffled sound of the Weird Sisters starting a new number, the party resuming. Right, Harry said. That is genuinely significant, Hermione said. Yes. How many people know about this? About the bond? The nature of it? Veela families. The old magical families who have dealt with Veela over generations. Fleur's eyes were steady. And Albus Dumbledore. He knows. He was already moving when the light appeared, and that was not surprise on his face. That was recognition. Harry felt something cold settle in alongside the warmth that the bond had left behind. He knew it was possible. He may have suspected it could happen. He knows I am Veela descent. He knows who you are. Fleur's voice was careful. What he does with this knowledge, that I do not know. But a man who runs toward the thing that just happened in a crowded room rather than stopping to assess, that man had already been thinking about it. He's not going to like it, Harry said, and he was surprised by how steady his own voice was. He was 17 years old, sitting on a cold stone floor in dress robes that were slightly too long, and something ancient and enormous had just been permanently attached to him, and he felt calm. Certain. The way he felt in the air on a broom when he spotted the snitch and everything else fell away. Whatever he was planning, this disrupts it. Yes, Fleur agreed. And men with plans do not like disruption. Hermione was quiet for a moment, and Harry knew she was processing at roughly 6 times the speed he was, cataloging, cross-referencing, building a framework. The bond, she said finally. It affects our magic. Does it affect anything else? Are there compulsions? Is anyone obligated to? No. Fleur said it firmly. No compulsions. No obligations of that kind. What you feel because it is real, not because you are made to. The bond reveals. It does not manufacture. Then what I felt, Hermione said slowly. When I kissed him, was yours, Fleur said. As was mine. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at Hermione. In the candlelight of the corridor, with the cold stone under them and the faint music above, something shifted between them that had probably been shifting for a while without either of them having the vocabulary for it. I need to think, Hermione said. Take all the time you need. But Harry kept her gaze. Not going anywhere. She made a small, complicated sound that wasn't quite a laugh. No, she said. I suppose not. None of us are. Fleur drew her knees up slightly, elegant even on a stone floor, and looked between the two of them with the expression of someone watching a situation develop that she finds unexpectedly interesting. We have tonight, she said. Tomorrow, everything changes. Dumbledore will call a meeting. There will be interest. From the Ministry eventually. From Beau's batons. The bond cannot be kept secret, it leaves marks. She glanced at Harry's hand, and he looked down and saw it, a faint gold thread, barely visible, running from the inside of his right wrist and disappearing. He looked at his left hand. Same thing. He looked at Fleur's hands. Same. He looked at Hermione's. Oh, she whispered. Don't be alarmed, Fleur said. Only those with magical sight can see them, and they fade to almost nothing in a week. But for now. The door at the end of the corridor opened and Dumbledore stepped through. He moved without rushing and somehow arrived in front of them almost immediately. He stood there, looking down at the 3 of them sitting on the corridor floor, and his expression was everything Fleur had predicted, composed on the surface, and underneath that composure, the working gears of a man recalculating. Harry, he said. Fleur. Hermione. A pause. You might be more comfortable in my office. We're all right here, Professor, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes met his, and Harry held the gaze. He'd done it before, looked into those blue eyes and felt the careful weight of a man who knew exactly how much he knew and chose every word around it like stepping stones. Tonight was different. Tonight Harry felt the bond like a second heartbeat, steady and certain, and he sat on the stone floor in his dress robes and looked at the most powerful wizard in Britain and thought, very clearly, he doesn't get to manage this. I see, Dumbledore said, and Harry thought he actually did see. Then perhaps I might join you. The question surprised Harry. He'd expected insistence. He glanced at Fleur, who raised an eyebrow in what Harry was already reading as your call. He looked at Hermione, who gave a small nod. If you want, Harry said. Dumbledore sat, with considerably more grace than 3 teenagers, on the cold stone floor, and folded his hands around his own knees, and for a moment there were just 4 people sitting in a corridor, while a party happened above them, and the silver in his beard caught the torchlight. You know what happened? Harry said. Not a question. I have a reasonable understanding, yes. Then explain it to us. All of it. Not the managed version. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Harry watched him decide. The Veela Harem bond, the headmaster said, and his voice was exactly its usual register, which was itself interesting, no surprise at the term, no hesitation around it. It is among the oldest forms of magical bonding in recorded history. In previous centuries, when Veela communities were more integrated into the magical world's mainstream, it was not uncommon. In the modern era, it is exceptionally rare. I was aware. He paused with the precision of a man being careful about exactly how much truth he commits to. I was aware that it was possible. Given the particular constellation of magical signatures present tonight. You were aware, Fleur said, that I am Veela descent. Yes. And that Hermione might carry the inheritance? The pause was exactly 1 second long. I had a suspicion. Her magical signature has always had certain harmonics. And Harry, Hermione said, and her voice had taken on the edge it got during exams when she'd caught an error in a question. What is it about Harry that the bond responds to? A Veela bond requires the chosen to be a match. What makes him a match? Harry looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Harry. That, the headmaster said, is a longer conversation. I've got time, Harry said. The party's still going. Dumbledore smiled, small and genuine, and Harry thought slightly rueful. Your magic, Harry, the magic you carry is ancient in its own right. The love that saved you, at 1 year old, left traces in your core that are unusual. The Veela bond responds to depth of soul, for want of a less sentimental phrase. To genuine power. Not raw power, not strength alone, but the kind of magic that has been tested and found to hold. He looked at Harry with something that was not quite pride and not quite sorrow. You hold, Harry. You always have. It is one of your most remarkable qualities. Harry absorbed this. And that activated the bond. Combined with Fleur's Veela nature, and Hermione's dormant inheritance, and the genuine connection between all three of you, yes. The magic simply recognized what was already there. They sat with this for a moment. What happens next? Harry said. And I want the real answer, not the reassuring one. Dumbledore's eyes were very steady. The magical world will learn of this. It cannot be hidden for long. Bonds of this nature have a presence. People with sensitivity will feel it. The marks will be seen. He glanced at the gold thread on Harry's wrist. There will be interest from the ministry. There will be political interest from Beau's batons. There will be concerns about the power implications. A bonded triad, particularly one involving the boy who lived, is not a small thing. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. I want. Dumbledore began. No, Harry said. The headmaster stopped. Whatever you're about to say you want, Harry said, and his voice was still quiet, still steady. Whatever you were planning, whatever role you'd assigned this tournament in that plan, I'm not interested in it. I don't say that to be difficult. I say it because something real has happened tonight, something that has nothing to do with your plans or Voldemort's plans or the Ministry's plans, and I'm not going to let any of those things be the lens through which we understand it. We'll deal with the consequences as they come. We'll deal with threats as they come. But this, he gestured, taking in Fleur and Hermione and himself and the invisible threads between them. This is ours. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Yes, he said finally, and he sounded almost relieved. Like a man who has been carrying something very heavy for a long time and has just been told to put it down. Yes, I suppose it is. He rose from the floor, again, with extraordinary grace for a man of his age, and looked down at them. I will ask only this. Come to my office in the morning. Not for plans. Simply to talk. There are things you should know about the bond's history, its protections, what to expect. Knowledge is the only thing I can offer tonight without conditions. A pause. And Harry. Whatever you might think of my methods, I am genuinely glad you have people at your side. Of your own choosing. Harry looked up at him. So am I. Dumbledore left the way he'd come, silent on the stone floor, and the three of them sat in the corridor again, alone. Fleur exhaled slowly. He took that better than I expected. He's adjusting, Harry said. He'll come back with a different angle tomorrow. Probably. She looked at him steadily. You are not afraid of him? No. Good. She said it simply, like it was the correct answer to an important question. Neither am I. Hermione had her arms around her knees and was looking at the far wall with the 1,000-yard stare of someone running very complex thoughts. After a moment she said, My parents are going to have questions. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. The situation was vast and ancient and complicated and politically explosive, and Hermione was worried about her parents. And it was the most Hermione thing that had ever happened, and he loved her for it. Fleur looked between them, and the corner of her mouth moved into something that was almost a full smile for the first time all evening. Your friend, she said to Harry. She is, not what I expected. No, Harry agreed. She's better. Hermione turned pink, which was unusual for her. Stop that. It's true. It doesn't mean you have to say it. Fleur said it first. Fleur is Veela. She's constitutionally incapable of. Hermione stopped. Actually, I don't know enough about Veela's psychology to finish that sentence responsibly. I will teach you, Fleur said, and there was something warm in it, something that hadn't been there an hour ago. There is much to learn. About all of this. They sat in the corridor until the music above them shifted to something the Weird Sisters only played late, the slow songs for the end of a night. The ones that meant the evening was closing. Harry's back was against the cold stone wall, and Fleur was on his right and Hermione on his left, and all three of them were quiet, and the bond hummed between them like something living, something breathing, something that had been waiting a long time to be recognized. Harry thought about what Dumbledore had said, You hold, Harry, and he thought about the way the light had come from all three of them, not just one. And he thought about the egg in his dormitory and the lake and the months ahead, and all of it felt, for the first time since his name had come out of the goblet of fire, like something he could actually face. Not because the problems were smaller. Because he was more. We should go back in, Hermione said eventually, without moving. Probably, Harry said, without moving. Parvati will wonder where you are. Parvati has better people to talk to than me. That's not the point. Hermione. What? Breathe. She breathed. A long, deliberate inhale that he recognized as her resetting, the same breath she took before exams, before confrontations, before things that required all of her. I'm all right, she said. I know. Fleur rose first, efficient and graceful, and offered a hand to each of them. They took it, and stood together in the corridor with the torchlight warm on their faces. Tomorrow, Fleur said. Dumbledore. Then we begin. She looked at Harry. And Harry, what you said to him. About this being ours. She held his gaze. You meant it. Every word. She nodded once, with a precision that felt like a decision being finalized. Good. Then we are agreed. Whatever comes, we do not hide. We do not apologize. She looked at Hermione, then back at Harry. We are what we are. And what we are is. She searched for the word and this time found it, in French, which Harry didn't speak but somehow understood anyway. Formidable. The door to the hall opened again and the music and warmth spilled out, and the three of them walked back in together, and the night was different from the one they'd walked into, and it always would be. Chapter 2, What the Bond Remembers. Harry woke up at 5 in the morning with gold light behind his eyes. Not a dream exactly, more like an afterimage, the way you see the shape of a candle flame when you close your eyes after staring at it too long. He lay in his four-poster with the curtains drawn and stared at the underside of the canopy, and felt the bomb the way you feel a heel bruise when you press it. Present. Real. Slightly astonishing. He pressed 2 fingers to his right wrist. The thread was still there, faint enough that in the dark of the dormitory he could only see it if he turned his wrist at a certain angle, and even then it was less a visible thing and more a quality of the air close to his skin, a warmth, a faint luminescence, like phosphorescence in still water. He lay still and paid attention to it, the way he'd learned to pay attention to his scar. His scar had always been a warning system. Pain meant Voldemort was close to the surface, was feeling something intensely. The bond was the opposite of that. It was quiet in the way of deep water, not in the way of an absence, but in the way of something very large being very calm. He could feel them. Not thoughts, not words, nothing that specific. More like the awareness of a light source in another room. Fleur was awake somewhere in the castle, he was nearly certain of it. Hermione was not. Hermione's thread was the warm, unfocused quality of someone in dreamless sleep, which was very Hermione, committing fully even to unconsciousness. Harry got up before anyone else was moving, pulled on clothes without particularly caring which ones, and went downstairs. The Gryffindor common room at 5 in the morning was one of his favorite versions of it. Fire burned low in the grate, the red and gold reduced to ember orange, the armchairs looking ancient and comfortable in the half-dark. He sat in the one nearest the fire, and stared into it, and thought. He was bonded. Permanently, irrevocably bonded to two witches he, what? Knew? Trusted? The word he kept circling around and not landing on was one he'd been raised to be suspicious of by people who'd used it wrong his whole life. He thought about what Fleur had said, the bond reveals, it does not manufacture, and decided to trust that, because it matched what he felt. What he felt was not new. It was old, familiar, and true, suddenly legible in a way it hadn't been before, like text coming into focus when you find the right light. Hermione had been his best friend since she was 11 years old, and crying in a bathroom because nobody liked her. He'd walked into a troll for her. She'd walked into the ministry for him. That was not manufactured. That was 5 years of the realest thing he had. Fleur was different, newer, more surprising. But when he thought about her, when he thought about that measuring, direct quality she had, the total absence of artifice, the way she'd sat on a stone floor in silver dress robes without a second thought, there was something there that rang true in the same frequency. It just rang from a different direction. He was still sitting there when the portrait hole swung open and Fleur walked in. He stared at her. She stared back. "How did you get in?" he said. "The portrait asked me a question. I answered it." "The fat lady asked you the password?" "She asked me to describe the ideal Saturday afternoon." "I described it." She came and sat in the armchair across from him, drawing her feet up beneath her with the unconscious comfort of someone at home in other people's spaces. She was in ordinary clothes, a blue jumper and dark trousers, and without the dress robes and the elaborate hair she looked younger and considerably more dangerous. "I have been awake since 2. I felt that." She looked at him steadily. "Yes. I felt you wake up 20 minutes ago." She tilted her head. "And Hermione is still asleep." "I know. This will take some adjusting to." "Probably." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "How much of this did you know? Before last night? How much had your mother told you?" Fleur was quiet for a moment, the way she was quiet when she was being precise rather than evasive. "I knew the bond existed. I knew the theory of it. My grandmother bonded. She told Maman everything, and Maman told me." She paused. "I knew that it could activate for Veela women. I did not know it could involve a Veela descent who doesn't know she is. And I did not know." A slight hesitation. "I did not anticipate last night. Specifically? I did not walk into that hall intending anything of the kind." "I know. You believe me." "You look surprised," Harry said. "You don't fake surprise. I've watched you, you're not the type." He met her eyes. "What I want to understand is what comes next. Practically? You said the bond grows. What does that mean in terms that I can actually use?" The directness seemed to settle something in her. She leaned forward slightly, mirroring him. "Our magic becomes aware of each other. Over time, this means we can sense general intent, not read minds, nothing so specific. But I would know if you were in danger, roughly. I would feel it before I was told." She turned her wrist over and looked at the thread. In a fight, a bonded triad's magic is stronger than the sum of its parts. Not a doubling, more than that. The bond acts as a conduit. Magic flows between us when the need is real. And the Veela part? The Veela abilities, do those transfer? Fleur looked at him with something that was not quite amusement, and not quite respect, but lived in the neighborhood of both. You think practically. I'm in a magical tournament with tasks that want to kill me, Harry said. And I have something that might be an advantage. I'd be an idiot not to ask. Some abilities, she said. The perceptual enhancements. I notice things others don't. Small movements, the quality of magical signatures, intent. These may sharpen for you. And for Hermione. She paused. And there is the fire. The fire. Veela fire. I do not breathe fire like the stories say. It is more precise than that. I can produce it from my hands directed. It is not like a spell. It does not require a wand, a word, a cast. It simply is when I need it. She looked at him evenly. I do not know if this translates. The bond is old and I am not. I have not been able to find someone who has been in a full triad bond to ask. My grandmother's bond was a pair. We experiment, Harry said. Yes. And we don't hide any of it. Something shifted in her face. Approval, maybe, with an edge of relief. No. We do not hide. They sat in comfortable quiet for a few minutes, the fire crackling between them, and Harry thought about the expression on Dumbledore's face last night, that recalculating quality, the slight adjustment behind the composure. He'd seen that expression on teachers his whole life, the moment they revised their estimate of him. He'd never thought much of it before. It had usually been followed by something being taken away or hedged or managed down. He wasn't going to allow that this time. He wasn't sure exactly how he knew this, but he knew it the way he knew when a snitch was near, a change in the air, something settling into position. I'm going to tell you something, Harry said, and I want your honest reaction, not the diplomatic one. Fleur raised an eyebrow. I am not very diplomatic. I know. That's why I'm telling you. He looked at the fire. Dumbledore has been managing me since I was 11. He leaves out information on purpose. He has plans and I'm a piece in them. Last night when I told him this was ours, I meant it, but I also understand that a man like him doesn't just accept that. He goes away and finds a different angle. Yes, Fleur said. I'm not going to fight him. He's not the enemy. But I'm done being managed. He looked back at her. The bond changes what I am, politically, in this world. A bonded triad is a power structure in its own right. I've been passive about my own significance for 4 years because it felt safer and because I didn't have anyone in my corner who wasn't also in Dumbledore's corner. He held her gaze. That's changed. Fleur looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, My father is on the board of the International Confederation of Wizards. Beauxbatons has political relationships with 7 European ministries. And I am Fleur Delacour. She said it not with arrogance but with the matter-of-fact authority of someone who has assessed their own assets clearly. If Dumbledore wants to play at politics, he will find that the board has new pieces on it. I'm not looking for a war, Harry said. No. Wars are wasteful. She uncurled from the chair in one smooth motion and stood. We want leverage. Leverage is elegant. She looked toward the staircase. Hermione is waking up. Harry checked the thread. She was right. The warm, unfocused feeling had changed quality, becoming sharper, more present. She's going to have questions, he said. She is going to have research, Fleur said, and the corner of her mouth went up. I suspect she will arrive with a book. Hermione arrived without a book but with the expression of someone who had been lying awake for 45 minutes organizing their thoughts, which was essentially the same thing. She came through the portrait hole in her dressing gown, hair undefeated, carrying 2 mugs of something that steamed. She stopped when she saw Fleur. The portrait let you in, she said. She described her ideal Saturday to the fat lady, Harry said. Hermione stared at Fleur. Fleur looked entirely comfortable with being stared at, which she had achieved through years of practice. "The fat lady is supposed to, Hermione," Harry said. "Tea." She came and sat on the hearthrug, handing one mug to Harry, and looked at Fleur again with slightly less accusation. "I've been thinking," she said. "I know," Fleur said, and sat back down in the armchair. Hermione looked briefly unsettled by this, then pushed past it. "The Veela inheritance. If I have it, and I'm not conceding that yet, I'm simply working with it as a hypothesis, it would have to be at least 3 generations back for there to be no family record of it. My parents are both Muggle. My grandparents are both Muggle. So, a great-grandmother," Fleur said. "Or further. Veela blood thins but does not vanish. It waits." She paused. "There are ways to confirm it. A heritage potion. A blood ritual, though that is more invasive. Or simply, the bond. The bond itself is the evidence. It does not attach without reason." Hermione was quiet for a moment, which for Hermione was itself significant. She wrapped both hands around her mug and looked at the fire. I've always known I was Muggle-born, and that meant something in this world, meant people looked at me a certain way, and I fought back against it by being exactly what they said I couldn't be. Smart enough. Capable enough. Good enough." She stopped. Something moved across her face. "If this is real, if I'm actually, Hermione." Harry's voice was quiet. "It doesn't change what you've done. Everything you've earned, you earned." She looked at him. The firelight was warm on her face and there was something raw in it, something she didn't usually let anyone see. "I know that. Logically. Logically and actually are 2 different things. Don't be insightful at 5 in the morning, it's unsettling." He smiled. She almost did. Fleur was watching them with that quality she had of collecting information without making it seem like that's what she was doing. After a moment she said, "You have fought your whole life to be taken seriously. And now something has happened that will change how people see you, not because of your grades or your capability, but because of your blood." She let this sit. "This feels unfair." Hermione looked at her. "Yes. It is unfair," Fleur said. "I know this feeling. I have spent my life being seen as Veela first and person second. People look and they see the inheritance before they see anything else." She held Hermione's gaze. "But the bond did not choose you because of your blood. It chose you because of what you are. The blood was simply the key. The lock was already built." She paused. "What you are is extraordinary. The blood is just the paperwork." Silence in the common room. The fire shifted. "That," Hermione said and stopped. Tried again. "That was unexpectedly helpful." "I am frequently helpful," Fleur said, with the mild air of someone correcting a misconception. Something loosened in Hermione's face, not fully, not all at once, but enough. She drank her tea and looked at Harry and said, "We're meeting Dumbledore this morning." "At 9, Harry said. "I want to set the terms. I already did last night. He knows we're not walking in there to be managed. He might try anyway." "He might." Harry shrugged. "Let him try." Hermione looked at him with an expression that had some concern in it, and some respect and some curiosity about when exactly this particular Harry Potter had replaced the previous model. "You're different this morning." "I feel different." "The bond?" "Partly." He turned his wrist so she could see the thread, and she held out her own wrist next to his, and they looked at the matched luminescence together. "Partly I just decided some things last night." He looked up at her. "I've been waiting for permission my whole life. Permission to be safe, permission to be significant, permission to push back. I'm done waiting." Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly, with the precision of someone formalizing a decision. "All right," she said. "Then we go in at 9, and we don't apologize for any of it." "Exactly." Fleur said nothing, but the expression on her face was the clearest he'd seen from her yet, and what it said was, "Yes, this is the thing I chose." Dumbledore's office had always made Harry feel young. He'd been in it enough times now to have mapped the feeling precisely. It was the accumulated weight of the things in it, the portraits of former headmasters observing from their frames, the whirring silver instruments that spoke a language he didn't know, Fawkes on his perch with his burning, ancient eyes. The room said millennia the way Westminster Cathedral said centuries, and Harry had always walked into it with some part of himself automatically deferring. Not this morning. He went in first, which he did deliberately, and chose the chair facing Dumbledore's desk rather than the one to the side, and sat in it with his back straight and his elbows on the armrests, and Fleur took the chair to his right and Hermione the one to his left, and the three of them faced the headmaster across the great desk like the world's least expected tribunal. Dumbledore looked at them for a moment. "Tea?" he said. "Please," Hermione said. Tea appeared. Fawkes made a soft sound from his perch. One of the portraits, a sharp-faced witch in Elizabethan robes, leaned forward slightly to look at them, and Harry looked back at her until she settled. "I want to start with what I know," Hermione said before Dumbledore had finished arranging his own cup. "And I want you to tell me where I'm wrong, not what I should or shouldn't know." Dumbledore looked at her with something that was entirely genuine. "Of course. The Veela Harem bond is documented. It's in the restricted section. I checked this morning, there are at least 3 texts that reference it, though none in detail. It's been deliberately kept out of the general historical record because the bonded triads of the 15th and 16th century accumulated enough power that the then ministry found them politically inconvenient." She looked at Dumbledore steadily. "They weren't disbanded. They were written out." The headmaster was quiet for a moment. "Your research is, as always, impressive. Is it accurate?" "Largely, yes." "Then the bond isn't just a personal matter," Hermione said. "It's a political one. And the people who run political things will respond to it politically." "Fudge will panic," Harry said. "He panics about everything. But someone near him who's more competent will see the angle." "Which angle?" Dumbledore asked, and there was something in his tone, a genuine inquiry, the tone of a teacher who has just discovered a student has moved further ahead than expected. "Control it or discredit it," Harry said. "Same thing they do with everything about me. Either bring it inside their tent or burn it down." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "Which one they pick depends on how they find out about it and from whom. You're suggesting we manage the revelation. I'm suggesting we decide how the story gets told before someone else decides for us." Harry leaned forward slightly. "What does the bond look like from the outside, once it's fully seated? What do people with magical sensitivity actually perceive?" Dumbledore considered this carefully. "A bonded triad reads as significant. Magically. Anyone with sensitivity above a certain threshold, which includes most experienced ministry officials and all senior aurors, will detect something unusual. In proximity it's unmistakable. The combined magical signature is not easily described. It has been compared to standing near a ley line intersection." Fleur nodded as if confirming something she'd half expected. "Which means we have perhaps 2 days before someone at the ministry notices something shifted in the magical landscape and starts asking questions." "Possibly 3, Dumbledore said. "So we have time," Harry said. "Not much, but some." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "Professor, I need to ask you something and I need a straight answer, not the version that's been managed for my benefit." Dumbledore's expression was careful but open. "Ask. What was your plan for the tournament? Specifically for me, specifically for this year. And before you decide what to edit, I want to remind you that I know Barty Crouch Jr. is somewhere in this castle." He watched the headmaster's face. "I know Moody isn't Moody. I don't know how yet, not exactly, but I've been watching him all year and something is fundamentally wrong with the way he teaches and the choices he makes about which students he focuses on. If someone put my name in that goblet, they had help from inside this castle, and the most obvious candidate is the person who would benefit most from me being close to the trophy at the end of the 3rd task." The silence in the office was absolute. Even Fawkes was still. Dumbledore looked at Harry the way he never quite looked at him before, without any of the softening, the avuncular filter. Directly, and with something that was very nearly respect, edged with the complicated feeling of a man whose careful architecture has just been seen through. "You are correct," Dumbledore said. "I have suspicions regarding Professor Moody that I have been investigating quietly. I did not tell you because I did not want to alarm you. You didn't tell me because you needed me to behave naturally around him," Harry said. Alarm was a secondary concern. Dumbledore didn't deny it. "I'm not angry," Harry said. "I understand the logic. But we're past that point now. The bond changes what I am in this world, and the tournament is still happening, and if Crouch Jr. has a plan involving the third task, then we need to be working together on this rather than me being a piece you move around a board." He held the headmaster's gaze. "I will help you. I will give you everything I've noticed about Moody this year. But I need you to actually work with me, not for me, not around me." Dumbledore set down his tea. He looked at Harry, then at Fleur, then at Hermione, and what he looked like, if Harry had to name it, was a man coming to terms with the fact that the game has entered a new phase. "Very well," Dumbledore said. "Let us begin." What followed was 2 hours that felt nothing like any conversation Harry had ever had in that office. He told Dumbledore about Moody, the specific moments, the particular interest in Harry, the lesson on the unforgivables, and the way Moody had watched him during it, the quality of attention that was too focused to be pedagogical. Hermione added a list she'd apparently constructed mentally and presented with the precision of a legal brief. Fleur described what she'd sensed from Moody in passing, the Veela perceptual sharpness that she'd been half dismissing all year, a wrongness to the magical signature, like something wearing a coat that didn't fit. Dumbledore listened to all of it with genuine attention and told them things in return. He confirmed his suspicions about the Polyjuice potion. He described Barty Crouch Jr.'s history, the dark mark, the trial, Azkaban, the father. He did not tell them everything, Harry knew. Dumbledore was constitutionally incapable of telling anyone everything, but the difference between this and every previous conversation was that this time, the information was flowing both ways. When they stood to leave, Dumbledore said, "One more thing." They turned. "The bond will continue to develop," the headmaster said. "There are stages. I will have Madame Pomfrey available if any of you experience significant physical symptoms. The early stages can include heightened sensory perception, elevated magical output, and occasionally, dreams." "Dreams?" Hermione said. "The bond communicates during sleep when the conscious mind is less resistant." He looked at them over his half-moon glasses. "These are normal. They are not cause for alarm." Harry thought about the gold light behind his eyes at 5 in the morning and said nothing. They walked out of the office and into the corridor, and Harry felt the bond between them like an altered gravitational field, the air slightly different, the distance between the three of them slightly more meaningful than distance usually was. Students were moving through the corridor now, the castle awake and in its Saturday morning configuration, slower, louder in different places, the particular energy of a day with no obligations. Several people stared. Harry noticed this, filed it, moved past it. "He told us more than I expected," Fleur said, as they came down the moving staircase. "He told us more than he wanted to," Hermione said. "But less than he knows. He's still editing." "Let him edit," Harry said. "We got what we needed." He thought about the Moody confirmation, the tournament's endgame laid slightly more bare, Dumbledore now knowing that Harry knew the shape of the threat. "He can't use the protection through ignorance angle anymore. That's the one that's been limiting me." Hermione looked at him sideways. "When did you start thinking like this?" "Like what?" "Like strategically. About Dumbledore. About leverage." Harry considered this. "I think it's been building for a while," he said honestly. "The tournament just accelerated it. Having your name pulled from a goblet you never entered by someone trying to get you killed tends to clarify your thinking." "And the bond?" Fleur said. The bond cleared the last bit of fog. He stopped on a landing and looked at both of them. Students flowed around them, A few glancing curiously, one third year almost walking into a suit of armor because they were staring. I spent 4 years acting like being a target was something to be apologetic about. Like I should make myself smaller so the people around me would feel safer. He looked at Fleur. You have never made yourself smaller. No, she agreed. I'm done with it. He started walking again. The bond is ours. The power is ours. We don't hide it, and we don't apologize for it, and if the ministry wants to have opinions about it, they can do so from a respectful distance. They came out into the entrance hall, and the sounds of Hogwarts on a winter Saturday surrounded them. The smell of breakfast from the great hall, distant laughter from somewhere up the stairs, snow against the high windows. Life continuing. Ron was sitting on the bottom stair with his arms around his knees and the expression of someone who has been sitting there for a while working up to something. He stood when he saw Harry. His eyes went to Fleur, then to Hermione, then to Harry's wrist where the thread caught the light, then back to Harry's face. He opened his mouth. Closed it. Morning, Harry said. The three of you were up all night, Ron said. I woke up and your bed was empty, and then I heard from Seamus, who heard from Lavender, who heard from Parvati, that there was some sort of light at the ball. There was, Harry said. And you didn't. Ron's voice cracked slightly. You didn't come find me. Harry looked at his best friend, and felt the complicated truth of him. The jealousy Ron tried to hide and never quite managed, the loyalty that coexisted with it, the frustration of being the sixth son in a family of extraordinary people and standing next to Harry Potter on top of that. I should have, Harry said. I'm sorry. Last night it was a lot, and I handled the immediate thing and forgot that you'd be worried. Ron blinked. He'd clearly been prepared for a different response. Right. He swallowed. So what actually happened? Harry looked at Fleur and Hermione. Hermione gave a small nod. Fleur looked at Ron with the assessing quality she applied to everything and then apparently decided he was worth the honesty. Sit down, Harry said to Ron. I'll tell you all of it. They sat on the stairs, all four of them, Fleur with the easy adaptability she apparently had towards sitting on any available surface, and Harry told Ron the truth. He told it plainly, without softening the parts that were strange or the parts that were big or the implications. Ron asked questions at first, then stopped asking and just listened, and his face moved through several distinct phases: surprise, disbelief, dawning understanding, a complicated attempt to process the thing that he and Hermione had been circling around all year, colliding with something ancient and enormous, and then, finally, something that was simple. So you're, Ron said, permanently bonded. The three of you. Yes. And it makes you more powerful. Apparently. And Hermione is part Veela. Hypothesis, Hermione said. It's not really a hypothesis if the bond happened, is it? Ron said, and he wasn't wrong, and Hermione had the grace to look caught. He was quiet for a moment. Then he looked at Harry with something that was entirely genuine. Are you all right? Yes, Harry said, and meant it. Are you, actually. Are you all right? Ron. Harry held his gaze. I am better than I've been in a long time. That's not, I know it's strange. But it's true. Ron looked at him for a long moment, and whatever he saw there he apparently accepted, because his expression shifted and became something simpler. Right then, he said. What do you need? And that right there, was why Ron Weasley was Harry's best friend despite everything that complicated it. Not the brilliance, not the strategy, not the courage in grand moments. The right then, what do you need when he didn't fully understand and it cost him something to be generous? That was the thing. At the moment? Harry said. Breakfast. They went into the great hall together, all four of them, and the room reacted the way Harry had expected it to. A change in the noise level, 100 pairs of eyes tracking them to the Gryffindor table, clusters of students leaning toward each other. Harry sat down and reached for the toast and did not look around the room to see who was staring, because looking would have been an acknowledgement that the staring had power. Fleur sat beside him, which was notable, She was Beau's batons, she had no business at the Gryffindor table, and she reached for a croissant from somewhere near the middle of the table with the manner of someone at home, and nobody said anything to her, because nobody was quite sure what they'd say. Malfoy at 10 o'clock, Ron said pleasantly, and he looks like he's trying to decide whether to be smug or scared. Harry didn't look. What's he landing on? He's going to go with smug. There he goes. It's definitely smug. He'll graduate to worried in about a week, Hermione said, spreading jam on toast with the precision she brought to everything. When he realizes the implications. The Malfoys deal in leverage, Fleur said. When they realize what the bond means, they will attempt to find an angle. They won't find one, Harry said. No, she agreed. But they will try, and it will be tedious. The morning moved on around them. The hall filled and emptied in waves. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy was doing exactly what Ron had described, holding court with the performative confidence of someone maintaining position through sheer force of social will. Across the hall, Victor Crumb sat at the Durmstrang table and caught Hermione's eye once and gave her a nod that was friendly and entirely uncomplicated, and Hermione nodded back, and Harry noted with something that was not possessiveness but was adjacent to it that the bond offered no opinion on Victor Crumb whatsoever. What the bond did have opinions on was a great deal more specific. Around 10 o'clock, Harry felt it for the first time in full daylight, a slight sharpening of his perception. The quality of attention the room had changed. He noticed Moody before Moody entered the hall. Not sight or sound, something else. A wrongness in the magical texture of the air near the main doors, something wearing someone else's signature, like a word spelled incorrectly that your eye keeps snagging on. Moody, Crouch Jr., came in, wooden leg and magical eye, and moved through the hall with the casual authority of long habit. The magical eye swept the room. It paused on Harry. Harry looked back at it, directly, without expression. Something shifted in Moody's posture, barely, the kind of thing you'd only notice if you were paying a very specific kind of attention. He moved on. Under the table, Fleur's hand found Harry's and pressed once, and he understood it was because she noticed too, the sharpening, the new perception, the bond making him more attuned. He returned the pressure, and she withdrew her hand, and they said nothing about it, and across the table Hermione was watching Moody leave the hall with narrowed eyes that said she was cataloging. You felt that, she said quietly. Both of us did, Harry said. The signature is wrong. Hermione kept her voice at the register of casual conversation. I could always tell, slightly, that there was something off about him. But that was... She paused, searching. That was much clearer. The bond, Fleur said. It is sharpening. As I told you it would. She sipped her coffee with the serenity of someone for whom this was all proceeding on schedule. The perceptual enhancement takes roughly 48 hours to fully seat. By tomorrow evening, we will all notice things we did not notice before. That's useful, Harry said. Very. We need to use it before the third task, Hermione said immediately. If we can accurately assess magical signatures, if we can sense intent, Hermione, Harry said. We've got 2 months before the third task. Preparation is essential, yes, I know. But we don't do it in the Great Hall on a Saturday morning. He nodded toward the windows. Let's go outside. The snow stopped. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Fine, she said in the tone of someone accepting a reasonable point against their natural inclinations. They went outside into the white morning, the 4 of them, through the main doors and down the stone steps onto the grounds where last night's snow lay clean and undisturbed. Their breath fogged in the cold air. The lake was dark under a low sky. The castle rose behind them and the grounds spread out, empty and silent, and theirs. Harry picked up a handful of snow, packed it without ceremony, and threw it at Ron. Ron retaliated with impressive speed for someone who hadn't been expecting it. Hermione got caught in the crossfire and made an outraged sound that dissolved immediately into laughter, and she packed her own with the focused energy of someone who had something to prove about velocity. Fleur stood apart for 2 seconds watching this, assessing, and then she hit Harry with a perfectly aimed throw that suggested Beau's batons trained its students in accuracy as well as magic. "Where did you even?" Harry started. "I have older siblings," she said. "Metaphorically speaking." They were in the snow and laughing, and the morning was cold and bright, and the castle was behind them, and for a stretch of time that was indefinite and entirely sufficient. Nothing was pressing, nothing was threatening, nothing was larger than this. 4 people in a field of snow, the ground white around them, the world temporarily manageable. Later, much later, when the cold had made its arguments, and they'd gone back inside to the warmth of the common room, Ron had retreated to chess, giving them the corner by the window. Harry sat with Fleur and Hermione and talked properly for the first time about the second task. Hermione had solved the egg in November, and had been sitting on the solution with the patience of someone determined not to just hand Harry the answer. Fleur, as she told him at the ball, had solved it in October. The 3 of them put it together in about 40 minutes. The lake, the hostages, the gillyweed or the bubblehead charm, the time limit of an hour. "They'll take someone important to each champion," Hermione said. "The thing they'd sorely miss. For Cedric it'll be Cho, for Krum it'll probably be..." She paused. "You," Harry said. Hermione blinked. "What?" "He spent the whole term trying to talk to you. The tournament magic will take whoever is genuinely significant." He looked at her steadily. "Krum is half in love with you and you know it." "Aye, that's not..." She straightened. "Fine. Possibly. And for me?" Harry looked at her. She looked at him. The bond hummed between them, quiet and obvious and complete. "Oh," she said. "And for me." He looked at Fleur. "Both of you. I imagine both of you." Fleur was quiet for a moment. "The tournament magic would not take both. It takes one. The most essential." The word hung there. Nobody said it out loud. "This is a problem," Hermione said after a moment, because the alternative was letting the word stay there, and she was constitutionally opposed to unaddressed problems. "If the bond means the task's magic takes both of you, then we don't let it," Harry said. "We know what's coming. We train for it. We're not walking in blind." He looked between them, and felt the certainty of the bond settled in his chest like a second heart. 1 hour underwater. Whatever they throw at us, we handle it. Together or separately, we handle it. "You have a plan," Fleur said. "Getting there," Harry said. 2 months. We've got time." He looked out the window at the gray winter sky and the dark smudge of the lake in the distance, and something in him was not afraid. It was a new feeling. It suited him. The afternoon light was fading, the sky going the particular shade of purple that meant early dark in Scottish winter, and the common room was filling with weekend noise, cards, games, conversations, laughter. Harry sat in the corner with the 2 people the bond had chosen, and the fire was warm, and the world was large, and for the first time in 17 years of being a target, he felt like the one doing the aiming. Chapter 3: Wolves and Champions. The owls arrived on a Tuesday. Harry was eating breakfast and not thinking about anything more serious than whether he wanted more bacon when the first one came through the window, a large ministry owl, official red ribbon around its leg, which landed in front of Hermione with the self-important bearing of official correspondence. Then a second, Beau's baton's blue ribbon, which landed in front of Fleur at the Gryffindor table where she had apparently decided she sat now, without fanfare or formal decision. Then a third, small, fast, private, which landed in front of Harry and dropped a letter that had no official markings at all. Harry looked at the 3 owls. The 3 owls looked back with the combined patience of creatures who delivered bad news for a living. "Together?" Hermione said. "Together," Fleur agreed. They opened them at the same time. Harry's was short. 4 sentences on plain parchment in handwriting he didn't recognize, neat and small and deliberate. "Mr. Potter. The Department of Magical Cooperation has become aware of a significant magical event occurring on the 14th of December at Hogwarts School. As this event involves at minimum 1 foreign national and may carry implications under the International Statute of Magical Conduct, a representative will be visiting the school on Friday the 20th. Your cooperation is expected. No signature. Just a department seal at the bottom. Ministry, Harry said. Beauxbatons Board of Governors, Fleur said, and her voice was flat and precise the way it got when she was controlling something. They wish to speak with me about whether the bond constitutes a conflict of interest regarding the tournament. She folded the letter with the careful movements of someone choosing not to crush it. They are also asking whether I intend to withdraw from the tournament. Do you? Ron asked, from his position adjacent to all of this, holding his own piece of toast. Fleur looked at him with the expression she reserved for questions that barely warranted answers. No. Right, Ron said. Good. Hermione hadn't spoken. Harry looked at her. Her letter was longer than his, and she was still reading it, and the line between her brows had deepened with each sentence until it was a sharp crease that Harry recognized from every exam result that had fallen below her expectations. Hermione. She looked up. It's from the Department of Magical Heritage. She paused. They want a blood sample. The table went quiet. For what? Harry said. Verification of inheritance claims. She set the letter down with the controlled precision of someone very carefully not overreacting. Someone, either at the ball or afterward, reported the bond to the ministry, and the ministry's first instinct is to verify that I am actually Veela descent before they acknowledge the bond's legitimacy. If I'm not verified, they can classify the event as, she read from the letter, an unregistered magical anomaly of unknown origin. She looked up. Which would effectively invalidate it legally. They want to delegitimize it before it becomes a political fact. Harry said. Yes. She folded her letter with sharp movements. And the delightful subtext here is that a Muggleborn which being part of something this significant is apparently suspicious enough to require extra paperwork. Blood samples? Fleur said in a tone that had dropped several degrees. They want to verify your blood. Yes. Fleur was quiet for exactly 2 seconds. Refuse, she said. Hermione looked at her. I can't simply, you can. There is no legal mechanism under British magical law that can compel you to submit to a heritage examination without your consent. This is documented in the Wizarding Rights Charter of 1847. She paused. My father sits on the committee that oversees international compliance with that charter. He will know. She glanced at Harry. This is their first move. They are testing whether we respond to pressure. Harry turned his letter over. And the ministry representative on Friday. Let them come, Fleur said. We'll need to be ready, Hermione said, and her voice had shifted into the register she used when she was about to spend 16 hours in the library and emerge victorious. If they're coming Friday, we have 3 days. I want to know exactly what legal protections cover a Veela bond, what precedent exists for triad bonds specifically, what the International Confederation's position is. My father can get us the Confederation documents, Fleur said. He will not be happy about the Board of Governors letter, but for different reasons. A small pause. He will be less happy about the bond itself. Will he try to intervene? Harry said. He will try to understand it first. My father is a practical man. She looked at Harry steadily. He will also want to meet you. I'll meet him. Harry, I'll meet him, Fleur. He's your father. Whatever his concerns are, they're legitimate. He held her gaze. I'm not afraid of a meeting. Something moved in her face, warm and swift, and then she looked back at her letter and the moment closed. I will write to him today, she said. And I will write to Beauxbatons separately, regarding the conflict of interest question. She picked up the letter again and read from it in a tone of precise disdain. The board strongly suggests that Mademoiselle Delacour consider whether her continued participation in the Triwizard Tournament can be considered impartial given recent developments. They mean that they are afraid I am now too powerful to lose gracefully if something goes wrong. She set it down. This is their problem, not mine. We trained today, Harry said. All 3 of us. After classes. Room of requirement. Hermione looked at him. You know about the room of requirement? Neville mentioned it in passing. place you can practice. We need the space. He looked between them. Whoever is managing us from outside needs to see that we are not sitting around waiting to be managed. We move forward. Ron cleared his throat. Can I come? Harry looked at him. Ron met his eyes, and there was no jealousy in it right now, just the simple straightforward offer of a friend who wanted to be useful. Yeah, Harry said. Come. Word moved through Hogwarts the way all significant information did, faster than it should have, filtered through 17 layers of embellishment. By Tuesday afternoon the story had evolved from something happened at the Yule Ball to Harry Potter has been claimed by a Veela to Harry Potter is now some kind of ancient magical king, which was not accurate but was more interesting than the truth and therefore more persistent. Lavender Brown told Parvati, who told half of Gryffindor. Pansy Parkinson made 2 sharp comments about bloodline politics in the corridor, and then said nothing else, which was more ominous than the comments. The Hufflepuff table was broadly supportive in a faintly bewildered way. Cedric Diggory found Harry between classes and said simply, "Let me know if you need anything." Fellow champion solidarity, which Harry appreciated for its lack of complication. Draco Malfoy had apparently decided to wait. This was itself interesting. Harry had expected the immediate, reflexive cruelty, the mud-blood comments redirected, some new angle on Hermione's heritage serving as ammunition. But Malfoy watched from a careful distance all day Tuesday and Wednesday, sitting with Crabbe and Goyle and Blaise Zabini and saying nothing publicly, which meant he was calculating. A Malfoy who was calculating was more dangerous than a Malfoy who was reacting. Harry noticed this and filed it. Let him calculate. The math wasn't going to favor him. The room of requirement was, the first time Harry found it, following Neville's vague description of walking past the 7th floor corridor 3 times with a clear intention, exactly what it needed to be. A large room with high ceilings, the stone walls warm, training dummies at one end, open floor space in the middle, and a shelf of books that appeared to contain exactly the texts Hermione had been planning to research. She made a sound when she saw the shelf that Harry had previously only heard her make about a first edition arithmancy text. The room provides, Ron said sagely. Neville says it gave him a full greenhouse once. We start with diagnostics, Hermione said, already reaching for a book. We start with dueling, Harry said. She looked at him. Harry, we have 2 months to the second task and we don't know what else is coming before then. Crouch Jr. is in this castle. Moody has been steering me toward the trophy all year. I need to know what the bond does to our magic in a fight, not just in theory. He looked at Fleur. You've trained. Since I was 9, Fleur said. She was already moving toward the center of the room, pulling her wand. Beauxbatons combat training is not like Hogwarts. We do not fight by the duel rules. We fight to end things quickly. Show me. Fleur stopped in the middle of the floor and looked at him with that measuring quality she had. You want me to come at you? Don't hold back. She considered this for exactly 3 seconds. Bon, she said, and the word had barely left her mouth before she moved. She was fast. Harry hadn't expected the speed. He'd expected dueling, spells exchanged at distance, the orderly back and forth he'd learned in second year. What Fleur did was different. She moved sideways while she cast, diagonal, low, and the spell she fired wasn't from the standard Hogwarts curriculum. It hit the air where he'd been standing and left a scorch mark on the stone. Harry rolled. He was good at moving, 4 years of Quidditch, 3 years of being in situations that wanted to kill him. He came up casting and the shield charm hit from the instinct of someone who'd been practicing it as muscle memory since Cedric had taught it to him the year before. The shield held against her second spell. The impact of it moved up his arm. She's stronger than a 4th-year spell should be able to handle. He adjusted. Pushed more intent into the next shield. She fired 3 spells in quick succession, shifting angle each time, and Harry blocked 2 and dodged the 3rd and fired back. A disarming charm, stupefy, the nonverbal leg locker he'd been practicing, and she deflected all 3 with a speed that was clean and beautiful and utterly unconcerned. Then something changed. He felt it through the bond, a warmth in his chest, the same one from the night of the ball, but lower level and more focused. Like a circuit completing. His next spell was stronger than he'd intended it, the stupefy crackling blue-white, and Fleur's deflection staggered her half a step, which had not happened before, and her eyes went bright. "There," she said, not even out of breath. "Did you feel it?" "Yes." Harry lowered his wand, breathing harder than her. "The bond. It responds to real need. Not practice need, genuine pressure." She looked at him with something close to satisfaction. "You were not holding back. Neither was I. The magic recognized the stakes." She paused. "You are very good, for someone without formal training. That's the nicest thing you've called me. Do not get used to it." She turned to Hermione. "Your turn." Hermione had been watching from the side with an expression that had moved rapidly from concern to fascination to the look she wore when a theory was being confirmed in real time. She stepped forward with her wand out. "I've been reading about Veela combat techniques since October," she said. "I thought they were academic interest. Turns out, less talking," Fleur said. "Show me." Hermione showed her. What Harry had always known about Hermione, what everyone who'd been next to her in a crisis knew, was that she was devastating under pressure. She didn't have the physical speed Fleur had, but she had something else. She processed information faster than anyone Harry had ever met, and in a fight, faster processing meant faster response, which meant that by her third exchange with Fleur she'd identified Fleur's pattern and was compensating for it. Fleur noticed. Harry could see her recalibrate in real time, shifting tactics, and Hermione shifted with her, and the two of them moved around the center of the room in something that stopped being a diagnostic after about 90 seconds and became genuinely competitive, both of them pressing the other, and when Hermione's spell finally got through Fleur's guard and hit her shoulder with enough force to spin her, Fleur let out a single sharp sound that was probably a French oath and then laughed. The laugh was real and startled, and the most unguarded thing Harry had seen from her. "You," Fleur said, rubbing her shoulder, "have been practicing since before October." "I've been practicing since I was 12, Hermione said, flushed and bright-eyed. "I just never had a proper opponent. You have one now." Harry sparred with Hermione next, and the bond between them was different from the bond in his fight with Fleur, not stronger, but more familiar, a deeper frequency. When he pressed her, she pressed back, and there was a moment where his shield and her reducto met in the middle, and the combined magical impact threw both of them back a step and left a visible ripple in the air between them. Ron, sitting on the sidelines, said "bloody hell," with total sincerity. By the time they stopped, an hour had gone, and the room's temperature had risen noticeably, and all three of them were breathing hard. Harry sat on the floor. It had become their default. Floors were apparently their meeting surface, and Fleur sat across from him and Hermione sat between them at a slight angle, and Ron sat behind Hermione and handed everyone water from a pitcher the room had produced. "The bond strengthens combat magic," Hermione said immediately, already processing. "But not consistently. It responds to genuine stakes, like you said. Which means in a real fight we'll have access to it, but in practice it'll be partial." She was using the voice she used to think out loud. "The perceptual enhancement is consistent. I could feel that during the duels. I was noticing things I'd normally have to actively look for." She paused. "I noticed Fleur was going to shift right twice before she did it." "Veela perception," Fleur said. "It is seeding in you. It will improve." "And the Veela fire," Harry said. "Can you produce it now? Has it changed?" Fleur turned her hand over and looked at her palm and simply let it happen. A flame bloomed from her palm, blue gold at the center and pure white at the edge, and it didn't look like a spell, didn't look like the product of a wand. It looked like something she simply was, like temperature. She looked at Harry. "Try." Harry looked at his own hand. He focused not on doing something but on the bond, on the warmth of it, the connection, the thread that ran between them. He waited. He felt the bond's response, the way it had responded in the duel, available but not manufacturable, real but not on command. Nothing. Then, the faintest warmth in his palm. Not fire. A heat. Like holding a mug through gloves, distant, present, almost. Not yet, Fleur said. She didn't seem disappointed. The bond is still young. These things take time. How much time? Ask me in a month. Ron had been very quiet for someone who was usually not quiet. Harry looked at him. Ron was staring at Fleur's hand where the fire had been, and his expression was doing something complicated. That's, he said. That's actually brilliant. The fire thing. That's just, you didn't use a wand. No, Fleur said. Can Hermione, in time? Fleur said. She looked at Hermione. The fire is the deepest inheritance. It comes last. Hermione nodded, accepting this with the grace of someone who has decided to treat it all as a curriculum. What comes before? The perception is already developing. After that, the voice. The Veela tone. You have felt it from me, perhaps. When I am not being careful, my voice carries a resonance that affects people around me. Most Veela learn to suppress it socially because it is considered unfair. She paused. You will develop something similar. Milder, perhaps, given the heritage distance. But real. I've already noticed, Harry said. Hermione turned to look at him. What? Your voice. When you're certain about something and you mean it fully, there's something in it now. Since the ball. He held her gaze. It's not the Veela compulsion thing. It's more like, wait. Like what you're saying lands harder. She was quiet for a moment, and he could see her deciding whether to be unsettled by this and opting for interested instead, which was her best quality. That could be extraordinarily useful. I thought you'd think that. Don't be smug. I'm not smug. You're very smug. I'm right, which is different. Fleur watched this exchange, and something in her face had the warmth of someone who has found themselves in a place they hadn't expected to feel comfortable. We need a schedule, she said. Training every day. The three of us. 1 hour minimum. We use this room and we push the bond every session, real stakes, real pressure. The second task in February, but also, Crouch Jr. will make a move before then. He cannot afford to wait with the bond changing our perceptions. He'll have noticed. Harry agreed. Dumbledore said he suspects we're getting close to his timeline. The third task is June. If he needs me at the trophy by then, he can't have us three running around the castle getting stronger every week. So he moves soon, Ron said. So he moves soon, Harry confirmed. They were all quiet for a moment, the kind of quiet that settles over people who have just drawn a line between normal life and what comes next. I'll write to my father tonight, Fleur said. He needs to know before the ministry representative arrives Friday. He will make calls. He has relationships at the British ministry, not friendships but relationships. It will slow their ability to make official moves. She looked at Harry. What will you do about Friday? I'll talk to Dumbledore tomorrow. Tell him we know about the visit and we want to be present for any official discussion. He thought for a moment. And I want Madame Pomfrey to do a full magical assessment of all three of us before Friday. Documented. If the ministry wants to question the bond's legitimacy, I want the documentation showing the bond's existence and our magical signatures done by a Hogwarts healer first, on our terms. Hermione stared at him. That's smart, Ron offered. I was going to say strategic. Significantly strategic. She looked at Harry with an expression she didn't try to hide. You've changed. The bond, Harry said. Partly the bond, she said. Partly you've just stopped pretending you're not this. He didn't have an answer to that, so he didn't give one. Thursday arrived like a drawn breath before a difficult sentence. Madame Pomfrey had seen them Wednesday after classes and had documented everything with the thoroughness Harry had counted on. The magical signature readings, the bond's presence in all three cores, Hermione's Veela inheritance markers, which Pomfrey had confirmed with the brisk certainty of someone who had been doing diagnostic magic for 30 years and did not find its results surprising merely because they were unexpected. She noted it in her examination report, and signed it, and filed it in the school records, and then looked at all three of them over her reading glasses and said, "Eat properly and sleep 7 hours. Ancient bonds do not excuse poor self-care." And that had been that. The news had filtered back to Dumbledore, and he'd sent Harry a note that said simply, "Well done." 2 words, but Harry heard what they meant. The headmaster recognized the move, was adjusting his own position accordingly, and was, however grudgingly and with whatever reservations, beginning to function as an ally rather than a managing authority. It was progress. Thursday's problem came from an unexpected direction. It was 9:05 in the evening when the problem became concrete. Harry was in the room of requirement with Fleur and Hermione, running through a set of shield variations that Hermione had designed based on the research she'd done on Veela protective magic, which operated on a fundamentally different principle than standard Hogwarts defense, oriented not around blocking an attack but around redirecting it, turning the magic back on itself like a mirror. They'd been at it for 40 minutes, and all three of them were finding the technique genuine work, the kind that required real concentration. The door opened. Harry turned, wand up, and Moody stood in the doorway. Not Moody, Crouch Jr. wearing Moody. Harry knew it with the certainty of the bond-enhanced perception, the wrongness of the magical signature like a false note in a chord, and he felt Fleur and Hermione both register it at the same instant, felt it in the bond, the shared awareness, 3 sets of perceptions landing on the same fact simultaneously. Moody's magical eye rotated slowly, taking in the room. His real eye fixed on Harry. "Working late," he said. The voice was perfect, that rough, worn quality of the real Moody. "Good. A champion who trains is a champion who survives. Constant vigilance," Harry said, and kept his voice entirely neutral, entirely normal, the voice of a student talking to a teacher he respects, and he was pleased with how easy it was. Moody's eye swept to Fleur, then Hermione. "Didn't realize we were running Beaux Batons training sessions in the castle. Dumbledore know about this?" "He knows where we are," Harry said, which was true. "Did you need something, Professor?" A pause. The eye kept moving. Harry had the new perception cranked as high as it went, reading the magical signature, and what he was getting was a man inside a costume, and the man inside was calculating, looking at the three of them together, reading the bond's mark on them, reassessing something. "Heard about what happened at the ball?" Moody said. "The bond." He moved into the room slightly, and Harry felt Fleur shift her weight without moving her feet. Preparation, available but invisible. Old magic. Powerful magic. Something moved behind the real eye. Dangerous, depending on who's involved. "We'll be careful," Harry said. "See that you are." Moody looked at him for a long moment with the quality of someone delivering a message in a language that requires encoding. Magic like that draws attention. People get interested. Not all of them friendly. A pause that lasted exactly long enough to be deliberate. "Just be aware of your surroundings, Potter. Castle at night isn't always safe." He left. The door closed behind him. 3 seconds of absolute silence. "He was warning us," Hermione said. "No," Fleur said, and her voice was very careful. "He was testing us. Seeing if the bond has changed what we notice. If we would react." She looked at Harry. "You were perfect." "He's accelerating," Harry said. "That wasn't a random check. He came here specifically, which means he knows about this room, which means he's been watching us more carefully than we realized. He thought about the magical eye, which could see through walls and cloaks, and felt a cold clarity about how long that eye had been pointed at him. We tell Dumbledore tonight." "Now," Hermione said. They went to Dumbledore's office immediately, still in their training clothes, and they told him about the visit in the precise, complete way that Hermione had of recounting events, every detail, every word, the quality of the pause, the positioning in the room. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, and when they finished he was quiet for a moment, and then said, "You were wise to come to me tonight." He looked at Harry. "I want you to continue behaving normally around him. Do not let him know that, Professor. Harry said. He already knows the bond has sharpened our perceptions. He was reading us in that room. If we act normal now after that conversation, he'll know we identified him. We need to give him something to think he's successfully hidden. He paused. Can you give us something? A real piece of information he'd expect you to share with me normally, something that's true but that tells him you're still running us on your schedule. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Then he looked at Fleur and Hermione. Then he said, The Ministry representative arriving tomorrow is Dolores Umbridge. None of them knew the name. Dumbledore's expression when he said it told them everything they needed to. She is, Dumbledore said, a senior undersecretary to the minister, and one of the more committed proponents of ministry authority over Hogwarts. She has attempted, on 3 separate occasions in the past decade, to have ancient magical traditions legally reclassified as dangerous anomalies requiring ministry oversight. He looked at Harry directly. She will not come with goodwill. She will come with a prepared position and a legal framework and a polite smile that means nothing. And we're supposed to sit in a meeting with her, Hermione said. You don't have to be in the meeting, Dumbledore said. We want to be, Harry said. Set it up so that we are. He held the headmaster's eyes. She came for our bond. She can deal with us directly. That, Dumbledore said, is precisely what she will not be expecting. Good, Harry said. Let's keep it that way. They came back to Gryffindor Tower later that night, and the common room was mostly quiet, a few seventh years by the fire, the tail end of a chess game between Neville and Seamus. Fleur settled into the armchair she'd adopted as hers, a position Gryffindor had apparently reached a collective silent agreement about since nobody had challenged it in 4 days. Hermione sat on the hearthrug. Harry sat on the floor with his back against the base of Fleur's chair and looked at the fire. Umbridge, Hermione said. Umbridge, Harry confirmed. I'll research her tonight. Of course you will. Don't say it like that. I said it with complete sincerity. She made a sound that was not quite exasperation and went to get her bag. Fleur's hand dropped briefly to Harry's shoulder from the chair above, a light touch, there and gone, the kind of contact that didn't need to be larger than it was. He didn't look up. The fire was warm and the common room was quiet, and outside the snow was coming down again, soft against the windows. My father wrote back, Fleur said quietly, so only Harry could hear. What did he say? She was quiet for a moment. He said he knows the bond exists. He said he has read about it but never expected to see it in his lifetime. Another pause. He said that whoever you are worthy of my choosing or the bond would not have formed. She stopped. He also said he is coming to Hogwarts on Saturday. Harry absorbed this. To meet me? Yes. All right. Harry. My father is... She seemed to be searching for the right word and settling on honesty. He is not as frightening as he believes himself to be. But he is not a small person. He has opinions and he maintains them firmly. So do I, Harry said. Above him, he felt rather than saw Fleur's expression shift. Yes, she said. I know. Hermione came back with a book, naturally, and her notes already started on a fresh page, and she settled back on the hearthrug and started reading with the focus of a person who has decided to solve a problem and is now simply executing that decision. Harry watched the fire and thought about Umbridge and her polite smile and her prepared position, and felt something in him that was not nervousness and not anticipation exactly, but was the specific feeling of a person who knows what's coming and has already decided they're ready. He thought about the room of requirement, and the 3 of them moving together in the firelit space, the bond crackling between them when the pressure was real. He thought about Fleur's fire and Hermione's growing perceptions and his own stupefy that had left a scorch mark on a Beauxbatons champion and staggered her. He thought about the lake in February and whatever was down there waiting, and the graveyard that Dumbledore and the bond and his own rebuilt instincts were all pointing toward in June, and the man who'd been trying to kill him since before he could remember. None of it made him small. That was the thing that was new. Not the power, The power had always been there, unacknowledged, managed down, kept behind glass marked break only in emergencies. What was new was the refusal to be small about it. The bond had not given him courage. It had given him company, and company had given him a reason to stop apologizing for what he was. He reached over and picked up the edge of Hermione's book. She gave him a look. He read the title upside down, Political Structures of Ancient Bonded Familiars and Their Relations to Ministry Authority, a History, and raised an eyebrow. "The room put it on the shelf," she said. "The room has good taste. The room has excellent taste." She pulled the book back, not unkindly. "There are 3 precedents for bonded triads in British magical law. 3. And in all 3 cases the ministry of the time attempted legal intervention and was blocked under the Charter of Magical Sovereignty, which predates the ministry itself." She looked up. "They cannot touch us legally. Whatever Umbridge brings tomorrow, she has no actual mechanism. She'll try to manufacture one," Harry said. "Let her try," Hermione said, which was the most Fleur-like thing she'd said yet, and from the chair above them came a sound that was Fleur's closest equivalent to a laugh. Ron came down from the dormitory at 11:30, realized the 3 of them were still in the common room, sat down next to Harry without comment, and said, "Is there a plan for tomorrow?" "We walk in and tell the truth," Harry said. "That's the whole plan?" "The truth is fairly formidable this time," Harry said. "Between Pomfrey's documentation, the Charter of Magical Sovereignty, the International Confederation's oversight, and the fact that Fleur's father has ministry contacts, and the fact that you're you," Ron said. "That too," Harry allowed. Ron nodded slowly. Outside the snow was steady. The fire crackled low. All 5 of them, because this was Ron too, this was what right then, what do you need looked like extended over time, sat in the warmth of the common room and let Friday come. Umbridge arrived at 9 in the morning in pink robes and a smile that had never been attached to anything genuine. She was shorter than Harry expected and softer looking, which he understood immediately was a choice she'd made consciously, the whole aesthetic of harmlessness carefully constructed and deployed. She had a clipboard and 2 ministry officials trailing behind her, and she walked into the antechamber off Dumbledore's office where they were all assembled, Harry, Fleur, Hermione, Dumbledore, and Madame Maxime, who had arrived unannounced at 8 and said nothing to anyone beyond a quiet word to Fleur in French, with the manner of someone who has already won the argument and is merely here to record it. "How charming!" she said, taking in the assembled group, and her voice had a quality of sweetness that was slightly too thick to be real, like honey left in a jar too long. "All here together. Lovely." She looked at Harry and her smile stayed exactly the same. "Mr. Potter. I've heard so much." "I'm sure," Harry said pleasantly. She set up her clipboard. The ministry officials behind her were writing things down. Harry noted this and thought, everything we say is being recorded, which means everything we say needs to be said correctly. "I want to begin," Umbridge said with the air of someone who had prepared an agenda. "By establishing, actually," Hermione said, and the new weight in her voice was there, the Veela resonance, slight but real, and it hit the room like a page turning. "I'd like to begin, if you don't mind." Umbridge blinked. Her smile stayed but something behind it flickered. "We've prepared documentation," Hermione said, and put 3 copies on the table, Pomfrey's assessment, the charter excerpt, and a letter on Beauxbaton's letterhead that Fleur had produced this morning, signed by her father and bearing the seal of the International Confederation of Wizards. "The bond is medically documented by the Hogwarts school healer, legally protected under the Charter of Magical Sovereignty of 1692, and formally recognized by the International Confederation as a naturally occurring magical event under their Convention on Ancient Magical Traditions." She looked at Umbridge steadily. "So the Ministry's position needs to take those 3 facts into account before it establishes anything." The clipboard was very still in Umbridge's hands. Harry watched her read the Confederation letter and watched her process the seal and watched the agenda she'd arrived with rearrange itself behind her eyes. She was good, she recovered quickly, the smile never fully dropping. But Fleur's father's name on that letter had landed with weight, and she knew it. Of course, Umbridge said smoothly. The Ministry has no intention of interfering with naturally occurring magical events. We're simply here to ensure that all parties are informed and protected. She looked at Harry with that smile. Given your particular prominence, Mr. Potter, the Ministry takes a special interest in your well-being. I know, Harry said. I'm fine, thank you. And the young ladies involved are also fine, Fleur said, and the precise quality of her voice in that moment could have cut glass. Thank you, madam. Umbridge's smile compressed slightly. The minister simply wants to be assured that there are no concerns. That everyone is comfortable with this arrangement. She paused on the word arrangement in a way that was meant to diminish it. It's a bond, Harry said. Ancient, documented, legally protected. The word you're looking for is bond. He held her eyes and kept his voice entirely mild. We're all very comfortable. Is there anything else the minister needed to know? The meeting lasted another 20 minutes and covered precisely no additional ground, because there was no ground available to cover. Umbridge made notes, asked questions that got complete answers with legal citations attached, and left with the clipboard and the two ministry officials and the smile that had never changed, and Harry watched her go and thought, round one. When the door had closed, Madame Maxime looked at Fleur and said, in French that Harry was beginning to be able to partially follow, something that sounded like your father chose his emissary well. Fleur inclined her head. Dumbledore looked at the three of them with something that had abandoned the careful arrangement of his features entirely. What was underneath it was something simpler. I believe, he said, that went rather well. First contact, Harry said. She'll come back. Without question, Dumbledore agreed. But each time, she will have less room to maneuver. He paused. Your Hermione's opening was particularly effective. It wasn't a tactic, Hermione said, with the mild dignity of someone correcting a misconception. It was just the truth. In the right order. Sometimes, Dumbledore said, and he sounded very old for a moment, and very tired and very genuine. That is exactly what is most effective. He looked at them all. The weekend. Use it. His eyes went to Harry. And Harry, be careful. Not of Umbridge. Of the other thing. Harry looked at him. He didn't need the clarification. He could feel it, the same cold wrongness in the castle's air, the false note that the bond had been tuning him to for 2 days, the awareness that somewhere in the corridors of Hogwarts, Barty Crouch Jr. was recalculating. I know, Harry said. Outside Dumbledore's office the corridor was bright with winter sunlight, and somewhere above them came the distant sound of Quidditch practice, and the castle breathed around them, old and vast and full of things both ancient and immediate, and the three of them walked back into it with the bond warm between them and their eyes open. Chapter 4. Beneath the Lake. February arrived cold and specific. The castle felt different in the week before the second task, a tightening, like a fist closing, the tournament's presence pressing into the everyday rhythms of classes and meals and training until everything had the quality of a held breath. Harry felt it through the bond too, an edge to the warmth between them that hadn't been there in December. Not fear. Anticipation, sharpened to a point. They'd trained every day through January. The room of requirement had become theirs the way the Gryffindor common room was Harry's, through time and habit and the specific gravity of returning to a place where things actually happened. The bond had continued to develop on its own schedule, indifferent to urgency. Hermione's perceptions had sharpened to the point where she'd started noticing things in classes that she'd previously catalogued as instinct and retroactively identified as Veela-sense, the quality of a person's magical intent before they acted, the emotional temperature of a room, the particular signature of dishonesty in someone's voice. She'd spent a week being mildly unsettled by this, and then had reorganized her relationship with it into something functional. Hermione always reorganized. The Veela tone in her voice had developed gradually enough that Harry had almost missed the progression, almost, except that he'd been paying attention. When she argued now, really argued, the kind of argument backed by full certainty, There was a resonance in it that made people stop and listen in the way they usually reserved for authority figures. Hermione had noticed other students responding differently, and had initially attributed it to her reputation. Harry had not corrected her immediately, letting her reach the conclusion herself, which she did on a Thursday morning in February when Professor Vector interrupted a question Hermione was asking mid-sentence to agree with her before she'd finished making her point. She'd come to Harry after class and said, "It's happening, isn't it?" "Yes," he'd said. "Since when?" "Since January." "You could have told me. You needed to notice it yourself. If I'd told you first, you'd have started second-guessing every conversation." She looked at him for a long moment and then said, "That's annoyingly correct," and gone back to arithmancy. The Veela fire had come to Harry on the 23rd of January. He'd been alone in the room of requirement running through the redirecting shield technique when it happened, not through effort or intention but through something he could only describe later as remembering, the way you remember how to ride a broom after a winter off it. His palm had gone warm and then the flame was there, smaller than Fleur's, steadier in color, pure gold rather than blue-white, and it had lasted 4 seconds before he'd been so surprised he'd lost the thread of it. He'd told Fleur that evening. She'd gone very still in the way she did when something exceeded her expectations, and then she'd said, "The bond is mature," in the tone of someone confirming a significant diagnosis. "I did not expect this for another month." "Is that good or bad?" "It is significant." She'd looked at his hand. "Your core is not like other magical cores I have trained alongside. It is larger. Much larger. The bond feeds on what is already there, and what is there is." She'd paused, choosing words. "The bond is happy," she'd said finally, which was not a technical description but was somehow exactly right. He could produce the fire reliably now, if not at Fleur's level. Gold where hers was blue. Warmer than spellfire, with a quality that Hermione had identified from her research as intent reactive. It responded to what he needed it to do rather than what he told it to do, which meant it was harder to misdirect than a wand spell. The three of them knew what was coming in the lake. They'd spent weeks preparing for it. What they hadn't known, what the tournament had decided for them, was the specifics of who would be taken. Harry found out at 7 in the morning on the day of the second task. He woke from a dead sleep to the absence of 2 specific presences in the bond, not the warm, distant quality of sleeping friends but a blankness, a deliberate muffling, and he was out of bed and pulling on clothes before he was fully conscious, because the bond doesn't go quiet when people are sleeping. It goes quiet when something external is doing the quieting. They'd taken Fleur and Hermione. He stood in the dormitory in the early February dark and felt the shape of it through the bond, not pain, not distress, not a cry for help. Just distance. Muffled. The magical equivalent of someone behind a thick door. They were alive, they were physically fine, but they were underwater and the water was doing something to the connection. He knew this with the certainty of someone reading their own pulse. "Ron!" He shook Ron's curtain. "Ron, wake up!" Ron made a sound. They took both of them. Harry was already checking his wand, his pockets, the things he needed. "Fleur and Hermione. The task took both of them. Which means something's wrong with the setup." Ron sat up, immediately alert in the way only someone raised in a house full of siblings can be, 0 to awake in one breath. "Both? I think the tournament magic didn't know how to choose." Harry pulled on his trainers. "Or it chose both because they're both genuinely." He stopped. "It doesn't matter why." "I need to get to the lake." "Gillyweed," Ron said. "Do you have sorted?" Harry held up the bundle, dark gray-green, smelling of something deeply unpleasant, procured from Neville a week ago, who had grown it himself in a pot under his bed and been delighted to be useful. "How long does it last?" "An hour," Ron said, pulling on his own clothes. Neville said exactly an hour. "That's tight." "It's always tight with you." Harry went down to the lake with Ron beside him and the February air cutting through his robes like something that had personal opinions about warmth. The grounds were already filling, students streaming out in the early morning, faculty lined up along the bank, judges in their official positions on the platform over the water. The lake lay gray and still and deeply opaque, and Harry looked at it and felt the bond's muffled quality and thought, "They're down there and they're waiting, and I'm not leaving without both of them." He found Dumbledore at the judge's platform, and the headmaster looked at him with eyes that were already calculating. "Harry." He paused. "You're aware that the task has taken 2 hostages this year." "I know." He held Dumbledore's gaze. The rules state that each champion may rescue 1 hostage. Anything beyond that is not my problem," Harry said. "The task took 2 of my people. I'm getting 2 back." He turned toward the water. "Have Madame Pomfrey standing by." He heard Dumbledore draw a breath and choose not to exhale it as an argument. The whistle blew at 9, sharp and final, and Harry ate the gillyweed. The transformation was never going to be comfortable. It didn't become more comfortable with preparation. The gills tore open at his neck and the webbing forced his fingers apart, and his lungs stopped working and then started working differently, and he hit the water in a flat dive before the nausea could catch up with him, and the lake swallowed him whole. The change in sensation was immediate and complete. Above the surface, February. Below it, February of a different kind, dark, immense, pressured on all sides, and alive in the way that deep water is alive, full of things that existed on their own terms and were entirely indifferent to tournaments. He could see. Not well, not the way the lake's own inhabitants saw, but the gillyweed gave him enough, shapes in the murk, the pale green quality of diffused light from somewhere far above. He oriented himself downward and swam. The bond changed underwater. He hadn't expected this. The muffling didn't clear entirely. It was still distance, still thickness, but it changed in quality. He could feel them more specifically, 2 distinct presences, 2 separate threads in the bond's weave. Fleur's thread had a brightness to it even muffled, like light through frosted glass. Hermione's was steadier, a lower frequency, the warmth of something very certain. Both were calm. That was the first thing he noted and the thing he held on to. Either of them was afraid. He swam toward them. The lake gave him landmarks he didn't expect, a forest of dark weed, then an abrupt clearing in the water where the merpeople had arranged their settlement. Low stone structures and glowing arrangements of bioluminescence, something that functioned like streetlights. He'd read about the merpeople of the Hogwarts lake. He knew they were not decorative. He knew they had opinions. 3 of them materialized out of the green dark before he'd gone 50 yards into their territory. They were nothing like the fairy tale image. They were gray-skinned and large, with faces that had been human once a very long time ago, and had since evolved in directions that suited the lake, and they moved through the water with the unhurried efficiency of things that owned their environment. The one in the front had something looped around its wrist, a weapon of some kind. Harry couldn't identify the material. It watched him with yellow eyes that registered him, assessed him, and arrived at a position. It said something in Mermish, the grinding, bubbling sound of a language built for water, and Harry shook his head to indicate he didn't understand. The mermaid's eyes shifted to his hand, where the gold thread of the bond was visible even in this murk, apparently visible especially in this murk, glowing faintly in the way it sometimes did in low-light conditions. The mermaid went still. All 3 of them went still, and there was a quality to the stillness that Harry recognized as the specific pause of creatures who have encountered something they'd been told about but never seen. The lead mermaid said something to the other 2, and one of them turned and went back the way it had come, moving fast. The remaining 2 flanked Harry at a respectful distance that was notably different from the blocking position they'd taken 30 seconds ago, and the lead one made a gesture that Harry interpreted, after a moment, as follow, and moved deeper into the settlement. He followed. The center of the merpeople's settlement was a space that managed to suggest a village square despite being underwater. There were other merpeople here, a dozen, more, and they stopped what they were doing when Harry arrived, and he felt the attention of the whole place shift to him with the gathered weight of a community looking at something significant. At the far end of the space, tethered to the base of a large stone pillar with long ropes of weed, 4 hostages. Cedric's partner from the ball, a Hufflepuff girl, 4th year. Someone from Durmstrang, one of Crumb's teammates. And then Fleur and Hermione, side by side, linked by the same weed rope, eyes closed, faces composed in the deep sleep of whatever charm the task used for the hostages. Harry moved toward them. The lead mermaid appeared in front of him. Not blocking, just present. It looked at the bond thread on his wrist, and then at the two of them against the pillar, and said something complicated in Mermish that Harry couldn't understand, and then did something unexpected. It put one gray hand flat against its own chest and inclined its head. A small gesture but unmistakable. Recognition. Respect. An acknowledgement of something. Harry returned the gesture, hand to chest, head down. The mermaid moved aside. He got to Fleur and Hermione and pulled out his wand and cast the severing charm on the weed and caught Hermione when she listed forward, still unconscious, and then did the same for Fleur, and got both of them secured against him with one arm each, which was not a comfortable configuration but was workable. He started moving upward. The other hostages were still there. He looked at them, Cedric's partner, small and still, the rope of weeds still looped around her wrist. He thought about the time he had. He thought about what Dumbledore had said about the rules, about one hostage. He thought about who he was and what he actually did in situations like this, and the answer was so obvious he didn't spend more than 3 seconds on it. He cast the severing charm on the other two ropes. The hostages drifted upward, the task sleeping spell apparently not requiring the ropes to maintain. They'd float up on their own. It wasn't efficient rescue, it wasn't controlled, but it was what the time allowed. He moved upward. The lake fought him on the way back, not maliciously, not with intent, just with the indifferent resistance of depth and distance, and he had 2 unconscious people and 1 pair of hands and a timeline that was getting shorter every stroke. He could feel the gillyweed working its way toward the end of its hour. He could feel it in his fingers first, the webbing losing integrity, and he pushed harder. The bond pulsed. Not the muffled, distance-filtered pulse of the underwater version. Something stronger, something that broke through whatever the task's sleeping charm did to the connection, and in it, awareness. Not thought, not words. Fleur's awareness, coming back online like a light returning. She wasn't fully conscious but she was close, and what came through the bond from her was not fear or confusion but immediate, practical clarity. She moved with him rather than against him, her body responding before her mind fully caught up, the muscle memory of a trained witch orienting toward survival. Hermione followed 10 seconds later. The same quality, not the panicked surface of someone jerked awake in the wrong place, but something deeper and calmer. She registered the situation and did not struggle, and the small shift in her weight when she got an arm free and helped maintain her own buoyancy was the most Hermione thing that had happened all day. They broke the surface. The noise of several hundred people hit them like a physical thing after the deep silence of the lake. Harry got a lungful of February air and immediately coughed water, and the gills were dissolving, and the cold was extraordinary, and somewhere nearby one of the judges was shouting something official, and he was treading water with 2 witches and the gillyweed was gone and none of that was the part he cared about. "Fleur," he said. "We." Her voice was rough from the water. "I am fine." She looked at him, lake wet and completely composed. "Hermione." "Present," Hermione said, which was also exactly right. The crowd noise resolved into individual sounds as they swam to the bank, cheering, questions, the particular loud confusion of hundreds of people all reacting to the same thing differently. Harry got his feet on the lakebed and stood, water streaming, cold like something with weight to it, and turned to make sure both of them were upright. They were. Madame Pomfrey materialized with blankets and the expression of a woman who has long since stopped being surprised by Harry Potter but reserves the right to be annoyed. "Out of the water, all 3 of you, right now, absolutely no arguing." "We're not arguing," Harry said. "You always argue." She wrapped a blanket around Hermione with the brisk efficiency of someone who takes care of people seriously. "You." She looked at Harry. "Your neck." He put his hand to it. The gills were gone but they'd left something, not pain but a sensitivity, the skin tender at his neck where the transformation had happened. "I'm fine. I'll be the judge of that." She was already assessing all three of them with diagnostic spells that moved too fast to track. "Sit down." They sat on the bank, wrapped in blankets, and the February air was terrible and cold and exactly right, and behind them the judges were talking amongst themselves and the crowd was doing the crowd thing, and Fleur put her head back and looked at the gray sky with an expression that was simply peace. Crumb surfaced 50 yards away with his hostage, and 20 yards from him, Cedric arrived with his. They'd both come up alone, one each, and Harry noted this without satisfaction. It was the expected thing, not a criticism of either of them, just the fact of what the task had asked for. Dumbledore arrived shortly after and crouched in front of the three of them with the agility that was always slightly surprising and looked at Harry, and said nothing for a moment. His eyes went to Hermione, then to Fleur, then back. "The other hostages," he said. "They're coming up on their own. I freed the ropes, they're floating. Should be surfacing any minute." Harry met his eyes. "I wasn't leaving anyone down there because the rules said one." "No," Dumbledore said. "I didn't suppose you would." He paused. "The Merpeople's chieftain sent up a message through the water. Apparently you were given safe passage through the settlement." He said the last words with a careful precision that suggested they were the chieftain's exact phrasing. "They saw the bond," Fleur said simply. "The Merpeople are old. They know old magic." Dumbledore looked at the gold thread on Harry's wrist, faintly visible even in the grey daylight. "Yes," he said. "I imagine they do." The second hostage from Durmstrang surfaced 50 yards out. Then, a minute later, Cedric's partner. The crowd went again. Pomfrey sent 2 other Medowitches into the water with flotation charms. The immediate crisis resolved into the longer, smaller business of warming up and being checked over and drinking something hot that Pomfrey produced from somewhere. Fleur accepted her cup of something steaming and looked at Harry over the rim of it. "You felt us surface. Before we were awake." "Yes." "The bond. It changed underwater. I could track both of you separately." He turned the cup in his hands. "I knew you were both all right the whole time. That was..." He paused. "That helped more than anything else." Hermione had a towel around her hair and her notes. Naturally, she'd had notes in her pocket in a waterproof case, naturally, and she was writing something while sipping her warming potion, which was possibly the most Hermione action Harry had ever witnessed. She looked up and caught his expression. "What?" "Nothing. You're doing the face." "I don't have a face." "You absolutely have a face." She looked at him steadily, with the directness that had been getting sharper for weeks. "I was aware, when I was coming back up. When the bond came through." A pause. "I knew you were there before I opened my eyes. I knew you had both of us." "Always," Harry said. She looked at him a beat longer than she usually let herself. Then she wrote something else in her notes, and the moment settled into the space between them where certain things lived that didn't need to be discussed further. The judges' scores came an hour later, after everyone had dried off and the Medowitches had cleared all the hostages as physically fine, and the crowd had been shuffled back toward the castle. Harry sat with Fleur and Hermione and Ron on a bench near the judges' platform and waited for it. Dumbledore gave him 9 for the task itself. The other judges gave him varying scores, 8 from Madame Maxime, who looked at him with something complex when she raised the card, 7 from Karkaroff, whose 7 managed to be insulting, 9 from the British Ministry judge who was an Umbridge but looked like someone Umbridge had approved. The additional points for the hostages brought him level with Cedric and ahead of Crumb, which put him in second place overall with 1 task remaining. He didn't particularly care about the scores. He cared that they were all out of the water. The walk back to the castle was loud with other people's conversations. Who had done what, who had scored what, the specific sports commentary quality of tournament gossip. Harry let it flow around him. He was warm now, or warmer, and the bond was fully present again, both threads clear and close, and the 3 of them walked up the slope from the lake together in the grey February afternoon. Halfway up the slope, Malfoy appeared. He'd been waiting. Harry could see it in the positioning, the studied casualness of someone who had placed themselves somewhere specific. He fell into step slightly to the side, which was a choice that said he'd thought about this approach. Crabbe and Goyle were behind him at the distance of people who are props rather than participants. "Potter," he said, and his voice was doing the thing it did when he was deploying something he'd been preparing. "Quite the show." Harry kept walking. "Malfoy. Both of them, in the lake at the same time. Someone at the Ministry will have questions about that. Seems like cheating, doesn't it, having the tournament's magic confused about your situation?" He glanced at Fleur and Hermione, and the glance had the quality of something practiced. "Two hostages. Special treatment from the merpeople. Makes you wonder if the whole task was fair." "The task is what it was," Harry said without stopping. "I didn't design it." "No, but you benefited from whatever this is." He gestured vaguely at all three of them. "People are noticing, Potter. People with influence. The Ministry is watching this bond situation quite carefully, I've heard." "Have you?" Harry said. "My father has contacts, Draco." Harry stopped walking. Not because Malfoy had made a point worth stopping for, but because something had clarified in the past 30 seconds that he wanted addressed. He turned and looked at Malfoy directly, without any of the defensive heat that conversations with him usually produced, and what replaced the heat was something colder and more considered. "I know what your father does with his contacts. I know what Lucius Malfoy has spent the last year communicating to the Ministry about me. I know about the letters." This was an extrapolation from what Dumbledore had told him, but it was an accurate one, and he watched Malfoy's face to see if it landed. It did, a flicker quickly suppressed. "I'm telling you this without anger, as a courtesy. Whatever your father is building with the Ministry, whatever angle Umbridge has given him, it isn't going to work. The legal ground we're standing on is solid. The political ground we're standing on is getting more solid every week. If you want to keep making this a project of his, that's his choice. But you should know that every move he makes is being documented." Malfoy's jaw was tight. The practiced ease had gone off his face, and what was underneath it was something younger and less certain. "You think you're untouchable now. I think I'm done being threatened by implication," Harry said. "If there's something actual you want to say, say it. Otherwise, we're done." He turned and walked. Fleur fell back into step beside him immediately, and Hermione on his other side a half-beat later, and he heard Malfoy say nothing behind them because there was nothing to say. Ron, who had watched all of this from 2 steps to the side, caught up with Harry and said quietly, "Lucius Malfoy has contacts in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." "I know. He's been pushing for a," Ron lowered his voice further, "a formal classification of the bond as a potentially dark artifact of unknown origin. Fred heard it from a contact at the Ministry. Dark artifact classification means the DMLE gets to investigate without warrants." Harry absorbed this and kept walking. "When did Fred, this morning? Before the task?" "He sent an owl." Ron paused. "I was going to tell you after. How close are they to filing?" "Not close. The Confederation letter stopped them." Ron glanced at Fleur. "Your father's signature. It's, apparently Lucius Malfoy has tried twice this month to get something filed and been blocked both times because the Confederation's position makes it an international matter, not just a domestic one." "My father anticipated this," Fleur said without surprise. "He's good at anticipating things," Harry said. "We need to talk to him properly. Not just the Saturday meeting, a real working conversation." He thought about what Ron had just said, the specific shape of what Malfoy was attempting, and fitted into the picture he'd been building. The dark artifact angle is clever. It bypasses the Charter because the Charter doesn't protect dark artifacts. If they could get that classification, they can't, Hermione said, and the Veela tone was fully present, the certainty of it dropping through her voice like something structural. Madame Pomfrey's documentation shows the bond as a naturally occurring magical event in all 3 of our cores. It predates the tournament. A dark artifact classification requires evidence of external imposition, someone creating or applying the magic. There is no such evidence because there was no external imposition. It formed naturally. She paused. I've already drafted a preemptive counter-brief. It's sitting in my room. Ron stared at her. When did you draft that? Last week. I anticipated the dark artifact angle in January. She said it without smugness, which was somehow more impressive than if she had. When Lucius Malfoy gets involved in something, his preferred legal mechanism is always the same: reframe the thing as a threat rather than a right. It's been his approach in every case I've read about him. You've researched his cases, Harry said. Of course I have. Harry looked at her for a moment, this person who had been his best friend for 5 years and was still somehow continuously, specifically surprising. Hermione. What? You're remarkable. She made a sound. Stop that. I say it when it's true. It makes it hard to think when you do. Good. Think less for 5 minutes. You just spent an hour unconscious on the bottom of a lake. She opened her mouth and then very deliberately closed it, which for Hermione was the equivalent of standing down, and the 4 of them came up the castle steps and through the main doors into the warmth of the entrance hall. The hall was alive with the aftermath of the task, students in groups, tournament talk running through every conversation, the specific bright energy of something significant having happened. Harry moved through it and felt the eyes tracking them and did not adjust his pace or his posture, and beside him Fleur moved the same way, and Hermione, and it was the first time Harry could see the triad from the outside through the reaction of the room to it, the way the space adjusted, the way conversations paused and restarted, the way even the older students made room without being asked. The bond wasn't invisible anymore. It had never been invisible to people with magical sensitivity, but now it was something broader. It was in the way they moved, the way they occupied space together, the shared gravity of 3 people whose magic had decided they were connected and was no longer being quiet about it. You didn't need to see the gold threads to feel the field around them. Harry felt this without pride, without self-consciousness. It simply was. He was what he was. They ate in the great hall that afternoon, late lunch, the kind the kitchens produced after significant outdoor events, hot and generous, and the conversation around their end of the table was mostly Ron asking Hermione what she'd been aware of during the underwater sleep, which was apparently more than the task's designers had intended, and Hermione's precise account of it, and Fleur's confirmation that Veela descent witches metabolized sleep spells differently than standard witch genetics, which had apparently been known to the Beauxbatons faculty since the 2nd century. They designed the task without accounting for Veela physiology, Hermione said. They designed the task before they knew there would be a Veela competitor, Fleur said. Still sloppy. Entirely. Harry ate his soup and watched the table and thought about the Merpeople's chieftain and the gesture, hand to chest, head down. Recognition. He thought about it because it had been the simplest interaction of the day, and also somehow the most significant. Old magic recognized. No explanation required, no documentation demanded, no legal framework consulted. Just, we know what this is, and the respectful distance of something ancient acknowledging something older. He wanted more of that. Not the recognition specifically. He'd had more recognition than he'd ever wanted since he was old enough to understand what the scar meant. He wanted the specific quality of it, the simplicity of being known accurately. He'd been known inaccurately his whole life, by the Dursleys, who knew him as a burden, by the wizarding world, which knew him as a symbol, by Dumbledore, who knew him as a piece with potential. The bond had given him people who knew him as himself, and the mere people had looked at the bond and said yes, this without qualification. That was worth something. It was worth quite a lot. After dinner, when the hall was thinning and the February evening had settled into full dark outside the windows, Moody appeared at the door and looked at their table for a long moment, and then turned and left. He didn't approach. He didn't speak to anyone. Harry felt the bond-sharpened perception clock the wrongness of his signature from across the room, the false note, the costume, and watched him leave and thought, he's recalculating again. The second task had not gone the way Crouch Jr. needed it to. Harry was stronger than he was supposed to be, more alert, more central, and the bond was more developed than it should have been on Crouch Jr.'s timeline. Whatever the plan was for the third task, it had a complication now that hadn't been there in December. Complicated plans, Harry had learned, produced desperate moves. He told Dumbledore about Moody's appearance in the doorway the next morning, Friday, and Dumbledore listened with the careful attention he'd been giving all of Harry's observations since December. "The hair sample," Dumbledore said. "We need one confirmed piece of physical evidence. After that I can move." "How do you get it without spooking him?" "I have a method," Dumbledore said. "I want to move in the next 2 weeks, before he has the opportunity to escalate." He looked at Harry steadily. "I'm telling you this because you should know. Not because I need you to do anything." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm not asking what the method is." He met the headmaster's eyes. "We trust each other on this." Dumbledore looked at him with the expression that had become familiar over the past 2 months, the one where the careful architecture of his face had dropped enough to show what was underneath, which was genuine regard, complicated by regret. "Yes," he said. "We do." A pause. "Harry, I want to say something that I should have said long before this year." Harry waited. "I have not treated you as a person in the way you deserved. I have treated you as—" He stopped. Started again. "I have had responsibilities that conflicted with your freedom, and I chose the responsibilities too often when I should have chosen differently." He looked old for a moment, genuinely old. "I cannot undo that. But I can tell you that watching you this year, watching you claim what you are, clearly and without apology, it is not what I expected. And it is entirely right. You should have been this all along." Harry sat with this for a moment. It was a large thing to sit with. "You were doing what you thought was necessary," he said. "Yes. That doesn't make it right." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "It doesn't. But it means I understand it." Harry looked at him. "Which is different from forgetting it." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "A fair position. The most I've got." Harry stood. "We'll stop Crouch Jr. together. We'll deal with whatever's coming in June together. And after that," he paused at the door. "After that, I want a real conversation about what Voldemort actually needs to be defeated, not the version filtered for my protection. All of it. After that," Dumbledore said, "you shall have it." Harry went back to Gryffindor Tower and climbed to the common room where Fleur and Hermione were both sitting, Hermione with her preemptive legal brief spread on the table in front of her, Fleur writing a letter in French in the fluid hand of someone who wrote in it the way Harry played Quidditch, naturally, without thinking. Ron was asleep in an armchair. The fire was high and warm. Harry sat down and reached over and stole a piece of Hermione's parchment, and wrote a note on it, "Monday, training, full session, Veela Fire Focus," and slid it across to her. She read it, added 3 items to the bottom of his note without looking up, and slid it back. He read her additions. They were predictably thorough, and one of them was genuinely inspired, and he wrote yes to all 3 at the bottom, and she picked it up and filed it in her folder without expression. But her mouth had done something at the corner when she read his response. Fleur sealed her letter and turned to look at them both. "My father confirmed Saturday," she said. "He is bringing the Confederation documents I requested. And he wants to meet in Hogsmeade rather than here." "Hogsmeade is fine," Harry said. "He also—" She paused in the way she did when she was deciding how to frame something. "He says he has information about the bond that my grandmother did not share with my mother. Information about what a fully developed triad bond is capable of." She held Harry's gaze. "He says he found it in an archive in Lyon. He says he used the word formidable." Harry thought about the Merpeople's chieftain and the gold fire in his palm and the way the bond had amplified his stupefy until it staggered a trained Beauxbatons champion. He thought about Fleur's voice when she'd said, "We do not hide the night of the ball," and Hermione's voice in the meeting with Umbridge, and the certainty he'd felt surfacing from the lake with both of them. "Formidable," he said. "Formidable," she confirmed. He looked at the fire for a moment. Then he looked at both of them, These two people the bond had found and his own magic had recognized and his own life had been building toward without his knowing it, and he felt something that was not pride or power or any of the large things the world had been projecting onto him since he was a year old. It was simpler than that. It was readiness. Saturday, he said. Let's hear it. Chapter 5. The weight of ancient fire Hogsmeade on a February Saturday had the specific quality of a place that had given up arguing with the weather and decided to be beautiful about it instead. The snow on the rooftops was a foot deep and the shop fronts were lit amber against the grey morning and the streets were mostly empty at 9, which was exactly why Harry had suggested 9. He walked down the high street with Fleur on his left and Hermione on his right and felt the bond between them like something that had finally stopped being new and was simply true. The way breathing was true, the way the cold air was true, present and uncomplicated. Fleur's father was already at the 3 broomsticks. Harry recognized him before the introduction because he had Fleur's eyes and Fleur's stillness, the quality of a person who moved through space without wasting any of it. Monsieur Delacour was taller than Harry expected, broad-shouldered, with silver at his temples and the kind of face that had been handsome for a long time and had aged into something more authoritative. He was in a dark traveling robe and he stood when they came through the door, which was either courtesy or assessment, and was probably both. "Papa," Fleur said, and kissed him on both cheeks, and the Fleur who did it was different from the Fleur who sat on castle floors and explained Veela fire. Softer around the edges, younger, the version of herself she kept for family. "Ma fille." He looked at her the way fathers look at daughters who have done something enormous, and are not entirely sure yet whether to be proud or alarmed. Then he looked at Harry. "Monsieur Potter," he said in English that was precise and lightly accented. He put out his hand. Harry shook it. The grip was firm and longer than a social handshake, the kind that's actually taking measure. Harry met his eyes and held them without challenge and without deference, and something in Delacour's assessment resolved, not approval exactly, not yet, but the closing of a question. "Monsieur Delacour," Harry said. "Thank you for coming. I could not do otherwise." He looked at Hermione, and something shifted in his expression, recognition, the specific recognition of someone who has been told a thing and is now seeing the evidence of it. "Mademoiselle Granger, your heritage, we can discuss that," Hermione said, with the direct courtesy she used when she wanted to establish that she was a person in the conversation and not a subject of it. "I'd prefer to understand the full picture before we get into specifics." Delacour looked at her for a moment, and then did something Harry hadn't expected. He smiled, genuinely, with the quality of a man recognizing something he respects. "Oui," he said. "Let us sit." They took the corner table, the one furthest from the door and the bar, and Madame Rosmerta brought butterbeer without being asked, and Delacour produced from his traveling bag a leather document case that had been expanded internally and held considerably more than its exterior suggested. He set it on the table and looked at the 3 of them with the settled attention of a man about to say something he has prepared carefully. "The bond," he said. "I have known it was theoretically possible for Fleur since she was 12 years old. I knew because my mother's mother bonded, a pair, not a triad, but the inheritance was clear." He looked at his daughter. "I did not tell you, Sherry, everything I knew. Because what I knew was—" He paused. "It was significant enough that I did not want it to shape your choices. A Veela who knows what the bond offers might seek it rather than allow it to form naturally. And it has to form naturally," Fleur said. "Not quite a question. Any other way and it does not seat properly. It becomes a simulacrum. Functional but hollow." He opened the document case. "What I found in the Lion archive changes what I thought I understood about the triad specifically." He laid 3 documents on the table, old parchment in a hand Harry couldn't place chronologically, definitely pre-modern, alongside 2 pages of what appeared to be Delacour's own translation notes. "This is a record from 1347. A bonded triad, the only fully documented one in the French magical archive. Genevieve Very, who was Veela descent, and her 2 chosen." Hermione pulled the document toward her immediately. Harry let her, she'd move through it faster and pull what mattered. The record describes the bond's development over time. Delacour continued. The stages you have perhaps already experienced, the perception enhancement, the combat amplification, the Veela abilities beginning to transfer. He looked at Harry. And then the stages you have not yet reached. Which are? Harry said. Delacour looked at him steadily. The resonance. And after that, what the record calls embracement, the conflagration. Hermione looked up from the parchment. The resonance is when the bond becomes externally perceptible even to non-magical people, she said, already translating as she read. It's described here as a field around the bonded. A magical field that extends outward and responds to emotional state. Intent? Correct, Delacour said. At the resonance stage, the combined magical field of the triad becomes active rather than passive. It does not simply amplify the magic of the three, it projects. It affects the environment. Other magical signatures in proximity are influenced. Not controlled. Influenced. The way a strong current influences a boat without commanding it. How strong an influence? Harry said. In the 1347 record, Genevieve's triad was present when a Death Eater equivalent of the period attempted to curse a village. The curse failed. Not because they cast a counter-curse. Because the resonance disrupted the hostile magic before it could form. Silence at the table. Passive defense, Hermione said. Active-passive defense, Delacour said, and the phrase was deliberately careful. The resonance does not choose to act. It acts in response to genuine threat, the same way your combat amplification responds to real pressure. The bond is self-governing. It cannot be weaponized deliberately, which is why it has never been classified as dark. But it cannot be switched off either. And the conflagration, Fleur said. She said it quietly, the way you say something you've been waiting to ask. Her father looked at her. Then at Harry. There is only one documented instance, he said. The 1347 record describes it as occurring in the triad's third year. When the bond is fully mature and under existential threat, when the chosen and the Veela are all genuinely, simultaneously in danger of death, the bond produces something the record describes as feu ancien. Ancient fire. Not Veela fire, Harry said. Veela fire is the individual expression, Delacour said. The ancient fire is the bond's expression. The difference is, he searched for the right word. Veela fire is what Fleur is. Ancient fire is what all three of you are together. He paused. The 1347 record says it ended a siege. The fire did not burn buildings. It did not harm bystanders. It found hostile intent and burned only that. Harry sat with this. He turned his wrist over and looked at the gold thread, faint in the three broomsticks' morning light, and thought about the lake and the mere people and the chieftain's gesture. He thought about the way his stupefy had crackled blue-white in the room of requirement when the pressure was real. He thought about the warmth in his palm that was learning to be fire. How long until resonance? He said. For a bond of your speed of development? Delacour looked at him carefully. You are faster than the 1347 record, significantly. The archive describes the triad at your stage being 3 months in. You are at 8 weeks and already past where they were at 12. He paused. My estimate would be 4 to 6 weeks. That's before the third task, Hermione said. She looked at Harry. He looked at her. They both understood the implication. That is not coincidence, Fleur said. The bond develops in response to real conditions. If the threat is accelerating, then the bond accelerates. Harry finished. He looked at Delacour. The conflagration. The existential threat requirement, how precisely defined is that? What constitutes existential in the bond's terms? Delacour's expression had the quality of a man who has thought about this question himself. The record is imprecise on this point. What it says is that the bond does not respond to perceived threat or anticipated threat. Only to immediate, real threat of death to one or more of the bonded. He looked at Harry steadily. Monsieur Potter, I have read what the British papers say about you. I have read between what they say. I understand that what is coming, what you are all moving toward, involves the kind of threat the record describes. Yes, Harry said. Then the conflagration is a possibility, not a certainty. Not a weapon you can plan around, but a possibility. He folded his hands on the table. I want you to understand something. I came here today because my daughter is bonded to you. I came because I needed to see who you are before I gave you this information. He held Harry's eyes. I am not comfortable. A father is never comfortable when his daughter walks into danger. But I am. I understand why the bond formed. And I am giving you this information because you will face what you face whether I give it to you or not, and I would rather you face it informed. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it specifically and completely. Delacour nodded once, and it was Fleur's nod, the gesture of a decision finalized. He pulled another document from the case and slid it to Harry. My contact information at the Confederation. If at any point you need international intervention, formal petition, emergency protocols, you write to me directly. Not through Dumbledore. Not through the Ministry. He looked at Harry with absolute clarity. Directly. Harry took the document. I will. Fleur's father stayed for another hour, and they talked about the Confederation's position on the tournament's safety protocols, which Delacour had already been formally questioning through official channels, about Hermione's heritage, which he confirmed with a diagnostic he performed at the table, a quiet piece of magic that read her signature in a way that Pomfrey's examination had and produced the same result. Veela inheritance 4 generations back on her mother's maternal line, about the bond's legal status internationally, which was, Delacour confirmed, unimpeachable if attacked on any current statutory basis. When he left, he embraced Fleur and said something in French that Harry couldn't fully hear, and then he shook Harry's hand again, and the shake was different from the first one, shorter and warmer, and he shook Hermione's hand and said, Mademoiselle Granger, your ancestor would be proud. Which made Hermione go very still for a moment before she found her footing. They walked out into the Hogsmeade Street, and the morning had cleared slightly, the grey lifting, and the snow on the rooftops was bright. Ancient fire, Hermione said. Ancient fire, Harry confirmed. Fleur looked up at the sky. My grandmother told my mother something about the conflagration that was not in the archive, she said. She told her that when it happened, in the one historical case she knew of, the bonded triad did not control it or choose it or cast it. She said it was like being a window. She paused. Something came through them rather than from them. Harry thought about this. He thought about what Dumbledore had said months ago. The love that saved you left traces in your core that are unusual. And he thought about a year-old child in a crib and magic that didn't just deflect a curse but somehow answered it. And he thought about the specific quality of the ancient fire in the 1347 record, the fire that found hostile intent and burned only that. He thought he understood what the window faced. He didn't say this yet. Some things needed to be said at the right moment, not as a theory in a Hogsmeade Street, and there were more immediate things to attend to. We should train, he said. Hermione made a sound that was agreement with a side of inevitability. The week after Hogsmeade moved fast and specific, the way weeks do when every day has real content. Training every evening in the room of requirement, pushing the bond in the ways Delacour's documents suggested, working with the perceptual enhancement rather than treating it as a passive background quality, using it actively in the dueling sessions, learning to feel the shape of a spell before it arrived and move with it rather than against it. Hermione had developed the redirect shield to a point where she could catch a spell and reverse it in a single fluid motion, which was beautiful to watch and deeply inconvenient to be on the receiving end of. On Wednesday, in the middle of a session where Harry and Fleur were running full pressure against Hermione, and she was not losing, the gold light appeared again, not the surge of the Yule Ball, nothing that dramatic, but a steady warmth that filled the room and stayed for nearly 30 seconds before it faded. All 3 of them felt it simultaneously, the bond humming at a pitch that was new, deeper, more present, like a string tuned up a step. That was the resonance beginning, Fleur said. She was breathing hard from the session, which was still unusual enough to be notable. The first stage of it. It will build from here. How will we know when it's fully seated? Harry said. You will feel it, she said. And other people will begin to notice things. Near you. She paused. Near us. The noticing started on Thursday. Professor McGonagall stopped mid-sentence during Transfiguration to look at Harry with an expression that said she'd felt something she hadn't expected, and then composed herself and continued. Professor Flitwick, passing them in a corridor, stopped and turned around and looked at the three of them with wide eyes and said something under his breath that sounded like a very old word. Two Aurors who were at the castle for an unrelated ministry visit on Friday stopped in the entrance hall when Harry walked through it, and one of them put her hand out to the other and said, Do you feel that? And the other said, Yes. Neither of them knew Harry could hear them. The resonance was making itself known. It was Ron who articulated what the rest of Gryffindor was experiencing in the way Ron articulated most things, plainly, without decoration. On Friday evening he said, You know when you walk in a room the temperature changes? And Harry said, Does it? And Ron said, Not temperature. The other thing. The air thing. It's been doing it all week and half the house is noticing. Is it a problem? Harry said. Ron considered this with the seriousness he brought to things that actually mattered. Neville says it feels like standing near the Quidditch pitch after a good match. Like the air's been used well. He paused. Lavender says it makes her feel safe, which makes her annoyed because she doesn't like feeling things without understanding them. He looked at Harry. I think it's fine. It's the resonance, Hermione said from behind her book. It'll stabilize. When? We're not sure yet. Right, Ron said and went back to his chess. Friday night, after training, after dinner, after the common room had gone quiet, Harry sat in the window seat on the third floor that nobody used and looked out at the grounds and thought about June. The third task was a maze. He knew this from Dumbledore's increasingly less guarded information sharing, from things he noticed in Hagrid's behavior, from the quality of attention the groundskeepers had been paying to the Quidditch pitch perimeter. A maze. And at the center of the maze, the trophy. And at the center of the plan, Crouch Jr. needed Harry to touch that trophy, which meant the trophy was a portkey, which meant wherever it went was where Voldemort would be waiting. He'd known this in outline for weeks. He'd told Dumbledore his deduction in February, and Dumbledore had confirmed it without surprise and without the usual hedging, which meant they were past the point where hedging was useful. The plan was for Dumbledore to expose Crouch Jr. before the third task. The plan was that Voldemort's timeline would be disrupted. The plan was clean and logical and had approximately the reliability of all plans that depended on a desperate man not improvising. Barty Crouch Jr. was a man with nothing left. No family, no future, no identity beyond his master's mission. Men like that improvised in ways that couldn't be planned for. Harry sat in the window and thought about the conflagration, and about what Dumbledore had said about the love that saved him, and about the specific way the Merpeople's chieftain had looked at the bond's light. Old magic recognizing older magic. Something answering something. I thought you'd be up here. Hermione, in the doorway of the third-floor corridor, wrapped in her dressing gown, holding 2 cups. How did you know about this window seat? I've known about it since second year. I used to come here during the basilisk period when the common room felt too exposed. She came and sat at the other end of the window seat and handed him a cup. Tea. She always knew. You're thinking about June? Yes. Me too. She wrapped both hands around her own cup. I've been thinking about the portkey scenario. If we know the trophy is a portkey and we know where it leads, roughly, then the counterargument to Crouch Jr.'s plan is simple. Don't touch the trophy alone. The maze is designed to separate people, Harry said. That's presumably part of the design. Not if we go in together. He looked at her. The champions go in at different intervals. The rules say champions enter the maze separately. They don't say they can't find each other inside it. She had the look she wore when she'd been over an argument from every angle and had found the one that held. If we can navigate toward each other inside the maze, using the bond, Harry said. He understood it immediately. We can feel each other's position. We've been doing it since the lake, she said. I knew where you were the whole time I was coming up. Not precise, but directional. She looked at him. Inside a maze, directional is enough. Fleur is a champion, Harry said. She goes in separately too. And we find her the same way. He thought about this. 3 champions moving through a maze toward each other. The bond as a compass. The resonance, at the level it would be by June, active around them, disrupting hostile magic. And if Crouch Jr. had plans for inside the maze, jinxed it or put creatures in it or arranged for the other champions to encounter specific obstacles, they'll have jinxed the approach to the trophy, Harry said. Yes. But if 3 of us approach it simultaneously, it changes his calculations entirely. Harry looked out at the dark grounds, the lake invisible in the moonless night but present, the weight of deep water somewhere out there. He needs me specifically to touch the trophy. That's the mechanism. If I approach it with both of you and we can identify the Portkey enchantment before anyone touches it, which I can, Hermione said. The Veela perceptual enhancement at full development should be able to read enchantment signatures at reasonable range. I've been testing it on standard enchanted objects for 2 weeks. Show me. Now? Tomorrow. Room of requirement. Bring something enchanted from the library. She nodded and wrote something in the small notebook she apparently carried even in her dressing gown, which Harry found deeply characteristic. He looked at her while she wrote and thought about the 1347 record and Genevieve Very and whoever her chosen had been, and whether they'd sat in cold windows at night parsing through the shape of what was coming, and whether they'd had the same particular quality of person beside them. The one who brought tea and a notebook, and the specific kind of intelligence that looked at an impossible problem and said here's the angle rather than here's the obstacle. Hermione. She looked up. When this is over, when June is done and whatever happens in that graveyard has happened, what do you want? She blinked. The question had clearly not been what she was expecting from the set of her face. What do you actually want? Not the plan for next term, not the nude strategy. What do you want for yourself? She was quiet for a moment, and he could see her disengage from the strategic processing and go somewhere else, somewhere she was less practiced at being. I want, she said slowly, to not be defined by the thing I survived. A pause. I've been defined my whole life by what I had to prove. To myself, to other people. Muggle-born, so I had to be the best. Best student, most capable, most prepared. She stopped. I want to be something that isn't a proof. What would that be? She looked at him directly. I think I'm figuring that out, she said. The bond helps. Not because it tells me, it doesn't. But it makes it easier to be what I am without spending all my energy justifying it. She paused. What about you? I want to wake up in the morning and not be the boy who lived, Harry said. I want to be just Harry. Which is its own strange thing to want because I'm not sure who that is yet. He looked at the window, at the dark grounds. But I think I'm getting closer. The bond, she said, and the people in it. She was quiet for a moment. Then she leaned sideways and put her head on his shoulder with the ease of someone who has stopped calculating the cost of simple things, and he shifted slightly so she was comfortable, and they sat in the window and the castle breathed around them. We're going to be all right, she said. Not a question. Yes, Harry said. He meant it without reservation. Tuesday of the following week, Crouch Jr. made his move. Harry felt it before he saw it, the wrongness spiking sharply in the bond-enhanced perception, the false note signature of the impostor moving through the castle with an intent that was different from his usual pattern of watchful calculation. He felt it at breakfast, the sudden sharpening, and looked at Fleur, and she was already looking at him, and they both looked at Hermione, who had gone very still. Now? Hermione said quietly. Something's different, Harry said. He sent his breakfast tray aside and looked around the great hall. Moody wasn't there. Which was itself the tell. He was always there at breakfast, wooden leg position to see all 4 tables, magical eye doing its sweep. Absent this morning. Somewhere in the castle doing something that required the breakfast period as cover. Ron, Harry said, keeping his voice at the level of ordinary conversation. Go to Dumbledore's office. Now. Tell him Moody is moving. Ron put down his fork. Right. He was gone before the sentence finished, which was what you got from someone raised in a family of people who understood that some moments didn't need elaboration. Harry looked at Fleur and Hermione. He'll be at something of ours. The room of requirement, or the dormitories. Hermione said, and her eyes were sharp. He's been using the magical eye on the dormitories. He has access to, Harry, our training notes are up there. And the Confederation documents. They moved. The great hall to the staircase to the 7th floor took 3 minutes at a pace that was fast enough to be purposeful and slow enough not to announce itself as running. Harry had his wand in his hand by the 2nd floor, not visibly, sleeve down over it, finger against the handle. The bond was very loud now. Not sound, the perception, cranked up, reading the castle around them, and what it was reading on the 7th floor corridor was the wrongness of Crouch Jr.'s signature, strong and close and moving with an intent that Harry could feel clearly as hostility. Deliberate, structured, the intent of someone placing something rather than retrieving it. They came around the corner. Moody was at the end of the corridor, 20 feet from the Gryffindor portrait hole, and he was doing something with his wand, a precise, low-level cast, the kind that leaves marks on things without being visible to the casual eye. Tampering. Harry recognized it from what Dumbledore had described, a signature enchantment, the kind Crouch Jr. would use to mark something so he could find it, or to place a trigger on it. He was placing a trigger on the corridor. Harry understood in the same instant what the trigger was for, a proximity alarm, something that would tell Crouch Jr. when Harry walked through this corridor at a specific time, which meant there was already something here, already placed, and this was a monitoring addition. The trophy wasn't the only portkey. There was something else. Something closer, something designed for an earlier timeline if the 3rd task plan went wrong. Stop, Harry said. Moody turned. The magical eye swept to him, and the real eye followed, and for one moment, the fraction of a second when the mask slips before professionalism reinstalls it, Harry saw what was actually there. Not the scarred, battle-worn aura with decades of experience. Something younger and colder and considerably more frightened than it was trying to be. Then the mask came back. Potter, Moody said in the rough voice that was exactly right and completely wrong. Out of bed early. We had breakfast, Harry said. What are you doing in this corridor, Professor? Routine security check. The magical eye was moving, reading Harry, reading Fleur and Hermione behind him, reading the bond with the specific attention of someone who had been tracking its development for weeks. Given the recent Ministry interest in certain, unusual magical developments, Dumbledore asked me to check the upper corridors. He didn't mention that, Harry said. Didn't he? Not a question. A statement with a very flat floor under it. Harry looked at the place on the wall where the wand had been pointed. The stone looked unchanged, but the perception was reading it clearly, a freshly placed enchantment, small and precise and completely invisible without the Veela-enhanced sight. He looked at Moody's wand hand, still holding the wand, and thought about the trigger enchantment and the thing it was monitoring, and made a decision. Finite incantatum, he said, and cast at the wall before Moody could move. The enchantment dissolved with a faint sound like a thread snapping, and Moody's composure cracked. Actually cracked, the face doing something that the real Moody's face wouldn't have done, a flash of something raw and furious that lasted less than a second before control snapped back. That was a Ministry-sanctioned. No, it wasn't, Hermione said. The Veela tone was fully present, and in the corridor's closed space it carried. The Ministry doesn't sanction proximity triggers on student dormitories. They're illegal under the Hogwarts Charter, Section 12, which prohibits non-headmaster-approved enchantments in sleeping areas and their corridors. She looked at him steadily. And Professor Dumbledore is currently in his office being informed of your position in this corridor. The magical eye stopped moving. The real eye looked at Harry with something that was not moody at all, something sharp and cold and fully revealed, the calculation of a man assessing whether the situation can still be salvaged. Harry read it through the bond's perception with the clarity of something seen in bright light. It can't. The trigger was gone, the cover was broken, Dumbledore was being told, and 3 people who were not manageable were standing between him and the stairs. You've been watching us since December, Harry said. You felt the bond form and you knew it changed your timeline. You've been trying to find another mechanism. He kept his voice level, no anger in it, just fact. There's no other mechanism. And there's nowhere in this castle you're going to go in the next 5 minutes that we won't know about. Something moved through Crouch Jr.'s face that was not Moody's face. For a moment, just a moment, the transformation flickered, and Harry could see the edges of what was underneath, younger, colder, hollowed out by years of Azkaban and obsession. Then the Polyjuice reasserted. You don't know what you're involved in, he said, and the voice had lost some of the rough, moody quality, had dropped into something thinner. I know exactly what I'm involved in, Harry said. I've known since Christmas. The footsteps on the stairs were Dumbledore's. Harry felt the headmaster's approach before he heard it, the familiar magical signature of a man who moved through Hogwarts like he was part of it, the castle almost announcing him. Dumbledore came around the corner with 2 things Harry hadn't expected: Professor McGonagall, whose expression said she had been told enough to be furious, and Severus Snape, whose expression said he had been told enough to be absolutely unsurprised. Moody looked at the assembled group and did his own assessment, and reached his conclusion. The magical eye finally stilled. Bartemius, Dumbledore said quietly, with enormous weight. Crouch Jr. looked at Harry for one last moment, and what was in it was not hatred, exactly. It was something more specific, the look of a man who chose his path a long time ago, and cannot unchoose it, who sees in Harry the thing that his master fears, and who finds that the fear is justified. It was the look of a man recognizing that he has miscalculated something fundamental. Then Snape moved forward with the Veritaserum he'd apparently been carrying, ready, as if Dumbledore had briefed him entirely on the walk up the stairs, and the corridor became a very different kind of controlled scene. Harry stepped back and let it happen. He watched Snape's cold efficiency and McGonagall's rigid fury and Dumbledore's absolute composure, and he thought, this is what it looks like when things go right. Not a fight. Not a chase. The preparation and the patience and the timing, all of it converging at the correct moment. Fleur stood at his left shoulder and Hermione at his right, and the bond between them was warm and clear and fully present. It's done, Hermione said softly. This part, Harry said. She glanced at him. Voldemort. Voldemort, he confirmed. He'll have felt this. Whatever connection exists between him and Crouch Jr., he'll know the plan is disrupted. Yes. Harry watched Dumbledore guiding the captured Crouch Jr. down the corridor, McGonagall following, Snape trailing with the Veritaserum and the particular expression of a man who has been correct about something for a long time. Which means he accelerates. How long do we have? Harry thought about it. Voldemort without Crouch Jr. had no agent inside Hogwarts, no mechanism for the Portkey trophy, no way to get Harry to the graveyard through the tournament structure. He'd have to improvise. And a Dark Lord without a body, dependent on a limited supply of whatever was keeping him alive, with his primary plan just dismantled, that was a man making decisions under pressure. Weeks, Harry said. Not months. Fleur made a sound that was not quite a word in any language, more of an exhale that carried complete understanding. She looked at Harry and then did something she rarely did in corridors. She put her hand briefly against the side of his face, her palm cool, and looked at him with an expression that contained things she'd said in French and things she'd never said at all and things that didn't require saying. Then we use the weeks, she said. We use the weeks, he agreed. Her hand dropped. They moved. The days after Crouch Jr.'s capture had a different quality, Not relief exactly, not the lightening of pressure, because the pressure had simply changed direction. What Crouch Jr. had provided, Harry realized, was a timeline. A clear plan with a clear endpoint. Without him, Voldemort's intentions were still certain, but his methodology was open, and open was in some ways harder. Dumbledore convened a meeting on the Wednesday after the capture, in his office, and this time it was genuinely different from all the previous meetings. McGonagall was there, and Snape, and Moody himself, the real Alastor Moody, released from wherever Crouch Jr. had been keeping him and looking like a man who had spent months in a trunk and had opinions about it. He looked at Harry with the sharp, assessing eyes of the genuine article and said, "Heard about the bond?" And Harry braced for something and Moody said, "Good. About time something tipped in your favor," and went back to his tea. Harry found he liked the real Moody considerably more than the fake one. Crouch Jr. under Veritaserum had confirmed the port key. Had confirmed the graveyard, Little Hangleton, a name Harry filed and Hermione immediately researched. Had confirmed Voldemort's current state, which Dumbledore relayed carefully and completely, the shared information agreement between them now fully operational, a rudimentary body, maintained by a ritual, dependent on Wormtail and a specific potion. Dependent on Harry's blood for the next stage. The potion would restore Voldemort's body fully, and blood of the enemy forcibly taken was one of its components. "He needs me," Harry said, when Dumbledore finished. "He needs your blood," Dumbledore said carefully. "He needs me alive and present," Harry said. "Which means he needs to get me there. Without the Portkey trophy, he needs another method." He looked around the room, at McGonagall's sharp attention, at Snape's characteristic neutrality, at Moody's blunt watchfulness, at Fleur and Hermione flanking him. "And he needs to do it before term ends. Before I'm out of the country for the summer where he'd have even less access." "June," Hermione said. "The third task is still the most logical moment. Even without a portkey in the maze, it's the one time a large-scale event creates cover. He'll have another agent," Snape said, his first contribution to the meeting, offered with the flatness of someone stating an unpleasant fact. "Crouch is gone. But the Dark Lord has resources. If he is as close to restoration as the Veritaserum suggests, he will find another mechanism. Then we don't go to the maze unprepared," Harry said. He looked at Dumbledore. "I want the Aurors you trust. Not ministry assigned, your people you'd stake your life on." A pause. "And I want the real Moody." He looked at Moody directly. "If you're up for it." Moody looked at him with the amber eye. "I spent months in a trunk," he said. "I am very up for it." Something that might have been a smile crossed Snape's face, and was gone before it could be confirmed. The meeting ran for 3 hours and produced an actual plan, not a contingency or a careful arrangement of moving pieces, but a genuine collaborative plan with multiple people contributing to it who were all operating from the same information. Harry had never been in a meeting like it. He thought it was what it felt like when the adults around you stopped managing you and started working with you, and he thought it had taken 4 years and an ancient magical bond and a considerable amount of refusing to be small for it to happen, and he was not going to waste it. He left the office late in the afternoon with the bond warm between them and the plan solid in his mind and the awareness that Voldemort was somewhere making his own plans with his own urgency, and the certainty, deep and unacademic, that what the bond was building toward, the resonance still developing, the ancient fire still warming in his palm. The three of them still reaching toward whatever the 1347 record described and the mere people had recognized, was going to matter. Not as a weapon. Not as a strategy. As something older than strategy. The grounds of Hogwarts were cold and clear in the late afternoon light, snow still on the edges of things but the center of the path bare, and Harry walked out to the lake after the meeting because the lake felt right. He stood at the edge of the bank where he'd stood in February and looked out at the dark water and thought about the chieftain's gesture, hand to chest, head down. Hermione appeared at his left. Fleur at his right. Neither of them had been in the corridor outside Dumbledore's office, either had followed him from the castle's front door. They'd come separately and arrived together, and Harry didn't need to ask how they'd known to come here. The resonance, Fleur said, looking at the lake. We're almost there. I can feel it. Tonight? Hermione said. Soon. She looked at Harry. When it seats, fully seats, it will be visible. Not just to people with magical sensitivity. The field will be present. Around us. She was quiet for a moment. I want you both to understand what that means. We will not be subtle anymore. Whatever we have been, whatever people have been choosing to think about the bond, about us, that ends when the resonance seats. Good, Harry said. She looked at him. He looked back. You keep saying that, she said. I keep meaning it. He looked out at the lake. I spent long enough being invisible on purpose. If the resonance makes us impossible to overlook, then let it. Let them see. He paused. Let Voldemort see. He'll be afraid. Hermione said quietly. He should be. Harry said. He said it without bravado, without heat. Just as a fact, true and exact. We're not what he planned for. The lake reflected the late sky, gray gold at the edges where the light was going. Somewhere beneath its surface, the Mere people moved in their own ancient patterns, indifferent to tournaments and ministries and the politics of the surface world. The castle was warm behind them. The grounds were quiet. The bond between the three of them pulsed once, warm, deep, completely steady, and held. Chapter 6. The Graveyard and the Gold. The resonance seated on a Thursday evening in the second week of June. Harry knew it was happening before it happened. The bond had been building toward it for days, the warmth between them running higher, the gold threads on their wrists brightening until they were visible in ordinary daylight without effort. The air around all three of them had been doing something that students in their vicinity described differently depending on their sensitivity. Some said warm, some said charged. One 6th-year Ravenclaw with an unusually high magical sensitivity had stopped mid-conversation and said something is about to happen and walked away briskly. It happened in the room of requirement, which seemed right. They'd been running a training session, Hermione working on the enchantment reading at range, Fleur running Harry through a Veela combat sequence she'd been teaching him for 6 weeks, the kind of fluid lateral movement that didn't match standard British dueling patterns and therefore gave him a genuine edge against anyone trained in them. The session had the easy quality of things practiced enough to become natural. They weren't fighting anymore, they were thinking together. And then the resonance seated. There was no light this time, not the surge of the Yule Ball, not the lower-level pulse of the weeks before. What happened was quieter than that, and considerably larger. Harry felt it as a shift in gravity, not physical, magical, the fundamental realignment of 3 cores that had been building toward a single configuration and had finally arrived at it. The warmth became something structural. The threads on their wrists went from gold to something that wasn't quite a color available in normal experience, something between gold and the light that lived inside flames. The room changed. Not dramatically, the walls didn't shake, nothing exploded. But the air in the room of requirement, which was usually exactly what it needed to be and nothing more, went something. A quality to it, a presence, like the air inside a cathedral at the moment when the organ note fills the space. The training dummies at the far end of the room went still in a way that training dummies didn't usually go still. Fleur lowered her wand. Hermione looked up from the text she'd been referencing. Harry stood in the center of the room and felt it, the full resonance, fully seated, active and present and not passive at all, the combined field of all 3 of them extending outward from wherever they stood in the specific way Delacour's documents had described. He reached for the Veela fire and it came without effort, gold and immediate, and it burned in his palm and didn't hurt, and the quality of it was different now. He understood Fleur's word for it suddenly, completely. Window. Not a source. A window. That's it, Hermione said softly. Yes, Fleur said. Harry closed his hand. The fire went but the warmth didn't. The resonance didn't switch off. It was simply there, the way the bond was simply there. The way his own heartbeat was simply there. A permanent condition. He looked at them both and they looked back at him, and the moment had the quality of something that has been a long time coming and has finally arrived and is exactly what it was always going to be. "Third task is in 2 days," Harry said. "Yes," Fleur said. "We go in ready for anything." "We go in ready for anything," she confirmed. "And we find each other," Hermione said. "Inside the maze." "That's first." "That's first," Harry agreed. They trained for another hour. The resonance made everything different, not dramatically, not in ways that would have been obvious to an observer, but they all felt it. The bond's combat amplification was present without requiring the pressure of real stakes to activate it. The perceptual enhancement was fully clear, reading the room, reading each other, reading the space in a way that felt like having a wider field of vision without physically seeing more. When Hermione cast the redirect shield, it moved with a fluency that hadn't been there a week ago. When Fleur came at Harry with the lateral combat sequence, he read her before she committed, and she felt him reading her and adjusted, and he adjusted for the adjustment, and they moved around each other for 45 seconds without either of them landing a spell, just two people whose magic had learned to speak to each other's magic, either getting the edge because the edge didn't exist between them. They stopped at the same moment, both of them breathing, and Fleur looked at him with an expression that contained a great deal. "You are going to be very difficult to fight," she said. "That's the goal," Harry said. The morning of the third task arrived in the specific way that significant mornings always arrived for Harry, with the feeling of a chapter ending and the next one already in motion, no gap between them, the world not offering pause. He ate breakfast. Real food, not the distracted eating of someone too nervous to taste anything. He was not nervous. He was the thing on the other side of nervous, past the shaking and the worry and into the clarity that lived beyond it. The kind of clarity that had come to him in the first task when he'd called his firebolt, and felt the familiar wood in his hand and thought, "All right then, let's do this." Fleur sat across from him and ate with the same focused calm. Hermione on his right was writing, because of course she was, last-minute notes in a cramped hand, and he reached over and closed the notebook, and she looked up at him, and said, "I was." And he said, "You're ready." And she looked at him for a moment, and then put the notebook in her bag. Ron was at the table with the expression of a person who finds the pre-battle meal to be a deeply unsatisfying format for what he actually wants to say. He finally said it directly. "Come back. All three of you. That's the requirement." "That's the requirement," Harry agreed. "I mean it. I know you do." Ron looked at him with the complete sincerity that he usually kept under 17 layers of deflection, and Harry looked back, and the 5 years of it were there between them, the chess game, the devil's snare, the Whomping Willow, every ordinary Tuesday and every extraordinary crisis, the unglamorous daily reality of a friendship that had survived both of them being difficult about it at various points. Harry thought, "I am going to come back." Not as a wish. As a decision. "When?" Ron said finally, reverting to something manageable. "We'll see," Harry said. The champions assembled at the judges' platform at 7 in the evening. The Quidditch pitch had been transformed. Harry could see the tops of the hedges from the entrance, dark green and dense, 12 feet high and spelling the beginning of the maze. The crowd filled the stands with the energy of a final event, a tournament ending, the specific excitement of people who wanted a conclusion. Dumbledore spoke. Harry listened with one part of his attention and used the rest to feel the maze. The resonance was reading it, the perceptual enhancement probing the magical field around the hedges, and what it found was layered, complex, the work of someone who knew what they were doing. Hagrid probably for the creatures. Someone else for the enchantments. And something else underneath both of those, something newer, something placed more recently than the tournament's preparation. A foreign signature. Someone had added something to the maze. He looked at Fleur. She was already looking at him. She'd felt it too. He looked toward the judges. Bagman was talking. Dumbledore was behind him, apparently watching the crowd, and Harry caught his eye across the distance, and gave a slight nod toward the maze entrance. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but his eyes sharpened. Moody, the real one, solid and watchful, was standing at the edge of the champions area. Harry looked at him. Moody looked at the maze. His magical eye was doing its scan. He feels it too. Harry thought about the plan they'd assembled in Dumbledore's office in May, the contingencies, the auras positioned at specific points, the agreement that if Harry found any indication of a modified trophy or additional portkey, the signal was 2 red sparks. He thought about all of it with the organized clarity of the resonance behind it, and then he let the thinking go, because the plan was the plan and now was the moment for something more immediate. The whistle blew. Cedric went first, into the maze, and the crowd cheered. 60 seconds later, Fleur. The cheer for her was different. It had the quality of a crowd that had been paying attention all year to things they didn't fully understand and had arrived at a combined sense that she was not someone to dismiss. She moved into the entrance with the fluid economy of Beau's Baton's training, and the hedge closed behind her. Harry was next. He stood at the entrance and felt the maze ahead of him, the resonance reaching into it like a hand into dark water, reading what was there. Creatures near the left fork early. An enchantment on the right path that would disorient. And deeper, toward what should be the center, 2 threads of the bond, one already moving with purpose, one. He found Hermione's thread before she'd entered, waiting at the edge of his perception. He went in. The maze closed behind him and the crowd noise dropped immediately to something distant, muffled, and the hedges rose on both sides and the world contracted to the path in front of him and the bond in his chest and the resonance reading everything within 30 feet of him like a second pair of eyes. He moved left. Instinct combined with the perception, left was the creature, which he could feel was a blast-ended scrut from 30 feet away before he saw it, and a scrut in a hedge maze was a thing you wanted to know about in advance. He slowed, felt the creature's position, felt its attention fixing on him, and before it fully turned he moved sideways into a gap in the hedges. Not a gap in the design, a gap in the maintenance, a place where the hedge had grown uneven, and the scrut's body was too large to follow. He moved fast through the side passage and came out on a path he wasn't supposed to be on yet, and recalibrated. Fleur's thread was ahead and slightly left. She'd moved fast, Beau's Baton's fast, the combat-trained speed of someone who'd treated the maze as a tactical problem from the first step. He could feel her navigating with the same perception he was, the resonance making their awareness of each other sharper, more precise than it had been in February beneath the lake. He moved toward her. They found each other in 5 minutes, which was considerably faster than anyone watching from outside could have understood. Fleur came around a corner with her wand up and the Veela fire ready in her other hand, prepared for a creature, and stopped when she saw Harry, and the fire went out, and the expression on her face was the one she'd been learning to let him see over 6 months, relief, and beneath it, the specific warmth of someone who hasn't let themselves worry visibly until the worry was over. "Fast," she said. "Motivated," he said. "Hermione's behind us. East path. I felt her. She'll find the..." Hermione came around the other corner. She had a cut on her forearm from something, hedge thorns, probably, or a minor hex, and the expression of someone who had moved through 3 magical obstacles in 5 minutes and had found all 3 of them annoying. She looked at both of them. "There's something wrong near the center," she said immediately. "The enchantment signature on the trophy. I started reading it from the east path. It's not a standard tournament enchantment." "Portkey," Harry said. "Portkey. But not the original one Crouch placed. That was dismantled. This is different. Newer. Cruder." Her eyes were sharp. "Someone placed it after Crouch Jr. was taken." "Which means another agent," Harry said. He thought about what Snape had said in May. "The Dark Lord has resources. Someone we haven't identified. Someone who had access to the maze during preparation," Fleur said. "Someone Dumbledore's surveillance didn't catch." Harry thought about the foreign magical signature he'd felt when the maze opened. Not an inside Hogwarts signature. Someone who'd come in specifically, recently, with enough skill to place a portkey without triggering the standard detection charms. "Wormtail," he said. It landed with the certainty of the perception behind it. The bond reading the quality of the signature he'd stored from every description Dumbledore had given him about Pettigrew's magical style, small and precise and clever in a cowardly way. He came into the maze during the preparation days. He's been around Voldemort long enough to know the original plan. He improvised. He's good enough for a portkey, Hermione said. Barely. The signature is inelegant. But functional. She agreed. They were standing in the maze in a triangle, the three of them, the bond warm and the resonance active and the hedges dark on all sides. Somewhere in the stands 700 people were watching the maze from outside, seeing the occasional red spell light in the distance. Somewhere in the maze Cedric Diggory was working his own path toward the center, and he didn't know what was waiting there. Cedric, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said. He touches that trophy, he goes to the graveyard, Fleur said. And he has no preparation. Harry thought about Cedric, easy grace and good teeth and the total decency of someone who had no particular destiny to fulfill and simply wanted to compete fairly. He thought about what Voldemort would do with a Hogwarts student who wasn't Harry Potter in a graveyard. He thought, no. We find him before he finds the trophy, Harry said. The maze is... Fleur started. The resonance, Hermione said. Can we read his magical signature at range? We've been tracking each other, but... Harry was already trying. He pushed the perception outward, not just the bond's awareness, which was specific to the three of them, but the resonance's general field, the way it read the magical texture of everything within its range. He felt the maze, the creatures, the enchantments, two sparks of something that might be a spell clash somewhere to the northwest. He pushed further. There. A magical signature that was neither creature nor enchantment nor the bond, a person, warm and human and moving, heading toward the center on a parallel path. Got him, Harry said. North. He's ahead of us. They moved. The maze was not designed to allow three people to move through it efficiently together. It was designed for individuals, its paths narrow, its junctions calculated for one person's decision-making. They moved through it anyway, the bond and the resonance between them turning what should have been disorienting into something navigable. Harry in front reading the path, Fleur covering their left flank, Hermione covering right, a configuration that had emerged from 6 months of the Room of Requirement without being formally planned. They encountered 3 more obstacles. A boggart that took one look at the combined field of the resonance, and did something Harry had never seen a boggart do. It couldn't fix on a single fear, the bond's combined presence making it flicker between 3 separate nightmare images too fast to form properly, and Hermione dispatched it with a ridiculous in the time it took the others to register it was there. A section of path with a confundus enchantment on the ground itself. They felt it approaching with enough time to cast shield charms and walk through it without effect. A blast ended Scrut, the largest one Harry had seen, which filled the path completely and reared at their approach. Harry felt the resonance spike, the same response as the bond in a real fight, the amplification responding to genuine stakes, and what he cast was not a stupefied but something that came from the bond itself, a combined output that he couldn't have produced alone, a stunning force that dropped the Scrut in one hit and left a scorch mark on the hedge that was gold rather than red. Fleur looked at the scorch mark. Hermione looked at Harry's wand hand. That wasn't a standard spell, Hermione said. No, Harry said. He looked at his hand. The warmth was there, higher than usual. We'll analyze it later. They found Cedric at the entrance to the trophy chamber, a circular clearing in the center of the maze, the hedges pulling back to create a space perhaps 30 feet across, the Triwizard cup sitting on a pedestal at the far end, gleaming in a torchlight that wasn't attached to any visible torch. Cedric was 10 feet from the trophy, moving toward it with the focused attention of someone who has fought through a maze for 40 minutes and can see the finish. Cedric, Harry called. He spun, wand up, and saw the 3 of them, and the wand came down slightly. Potter, how did you? Don't touch the trophy, Harry said, moving into the clearing. It's a portkey. Cedric's eyes went to the cup. The trophy's supposed to. The real trophy was clean. Someone replaced it. Or modified it. He moved to stand beside Cedric, watching the cup. The resonance was reading it clearly. Hermione had been right. The portkey signature was crude, underpowered compared to what a properly placed portkey should feel like, but absolutely functional. Touch it and you go. Wormtail came into this maze during preparation. He placed a portkey on the trophy. He looked at Cedric directly. You'd have gone to a graveyard. Alone. Cedric looked at the trophy. Then at Harry. Something moved across his face. The specific experience of understanding what you almost walked into. How do you know about Wormtail? Long story. Right. He exhaled. So what do we? The task needs a champion to take the trophy. Yes, Harry said. He looked at the trophy and thought about Voldemort in a graveyard with a rudimentary body and a missing primary plan and an alternate portkey sitting in a Hogwarts maze, waiting. He thought about what happened if Harry touched it, what the bond would do if he went to that graveyard. He thought about the ancient fire and what it actually was and what it had always been waiting for. He thought about the window. I'm going to touch it, Harry said. Harry, Hermione said. It wasn't a protest. It was the tone of someone who has followed his logic and arrived at the same conclusion and is verifying. If it goes wrong, Cedric started. I'm not going alone. Harry looked at Fleur and Hermione. The portkey will take whoever is in contact with it. He held their eyes. I'm not asking you to, don't, Fleur said. One word. The tone of someone terminating a sentence before it becomes an argument. Hermione stepped forward and stood beside him. We decided this at the lake, she said quietly. Together or not at all. That was the requirement. The bond between them was fully present, fully warm, the resonance at its peak. The field around the three of them in that small clearing was something that even Cedric, who had average magical sensitivity and no preparation for any of it, clearly felt, because he stepped back half a pace without knowing why. Cedric, Harry said. When we're gone, send red sparks and then get out of the maze. Tell Dumbledore where we've gone. Tell him little Hangleton. He paused. He'll know what to do. Cedric stared at him. Little Hangleton. Harry, tell him, Harry said. And tell him we know what we're doing. He looked at Fleur and Hermione. They looked back. 6 months of training and the bond and the resonance, and everything they'd built, and everything they were, all of it present in the clearing in the center of the maze, and none of it needed to be said because the bond said it in a frequency below language. All three of them put their hands on the Triwizard Cup. The world dissolved. The graveyard arrived with the specific cruelty of portkeys, no transition, just the sudden brutal fact of a different place. Harry's feet hit uneven ground and he kept his balance because 6 months of Beau's baton's lateral training had made his balance automatic, and the first thing he did was pull his wand before the spinning had fully stopped. The graveyard was dark. Real dark, countryside dark, the kind with no light pollution, just stars above the yew trees and the moonlight making everything blue-gray and cold. There were headstones, old ones, the kind that had been standing long enough to be permanent features of a landscape rather than markers. At the far end, past a depression in the ground and an ornate marble headstone, something crouched in the shadow that wasn't quite animal and wasn't quite human. Wormtail. Holding a bundle wrapped in cloth that moved. Harry felt the bond spike, the combat amplification, live and immediate, no preamble. He felt Fleur and Hermione on either side of him reading the situation with the resonance, and he heard Hermione's sharp intake of breath at the sight of the bundle, the recognition of what it was. Who's there? Wormtail's voice was high and frightened, the voice of a man who had been expecting one person and had been given 3 and had no framework for the adjustment. Harry Potter, Harry said. He said it clearly, without any lowering of the voice that acknowledges fear. And I brought company. The bundle moved. Something came from it that wasn't a sound in any frequency Harry had encountered before, though some part of him recognized it the way you recognize a smell from very early childhood, cold and high and structurally wrong, like a voice that learned to speak from the wrong side of death. Kill them, it said. Wormtail raised his wand. Harry cast first. The disarming charm hit Wormtail before he'd finished the motion, and his wand spun into the dark, and beside Harry, Fleur was already moving, the lateral combat sequence, targeting Wormtail's movement options, cutting off his retreat to the right. Hermione cast a binding charm and Wormtail hit the ground and stayed there. 4 seconds. The threat was down. The bundle had gone still. In the sudden quiet of the graveyard, the sound of their breathing was very loud. Harry moved toward the marble headstone. Tom Riddle Sr., the inscription read, and he filed this, and looked at the bundle that Wormtail had dropped when he fell. It was moving again, shifting, and from inside it came the specific presence that the Bond had been tracking and classifying for months, the thing his Scar had always known, the wrongness that was ancient and cold and had made decisions about Harry Potter before Harry Potter was old enough to decide anything. Voldemort. The rudimentary body was exactly what Dumbledore had described, barely human, something that had been assembled from dark magic and necessity, a form that worked without quite being real yet. The face was flat and pale and the eyes were red, and Harry looked at it across the graveyard and felt something extraordinary happen. He wasn't afraid. He had been afraid of this for 4 years. Not always consciously, not always in ways he could articulate, but it had lived in him like a splinter, the dark star that his entire world had organized itself around. The scar on his forehead, the thing Voldemort had done to his parents, the thing waiting at the center of everything. He had carried the fear of it so long it had become background, part of the architecture of who he was. He looked at the rudimentary body in the graveyard and felt the bond between him and Fleur and Hermione, and the resonance was present and active, and the warmth in his palm was there, and he felt, not unafraid as in the absence of fear, but something past it. On the other side. The specific clarity of a person who has arrived at the moment they've been building toward and finds that it is exactly the right size for them. Harry Potter, the cold voice said. It came from the bundle and it carried, in the quiet graveyard, with the confidence of something that has never doubted its own significance. You were supposed to come alone. I know, Harry said. I rarely do what's expected. The bond. The red eyes moved, not smoothly. The body was limited, but with intent. They went to Fleur, then Hermione, then back to Harry. I have read about such things. Ancient. Powerful. A pause. Insufficient. We'll see, Harry said. The ritual requires your blood, Voldemort said. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant. The servant's contribution is unfortunately unavailable. A sound from Wormtail on the ground that Harry ignored. But the blood of the enemy. That is the essential component. You cannot prevent it, Potter. Your magic is considerable. But you are in a graveyard with no allies and the nearest wizard is miles distant. Not quite, Harry said. He looked at Fleur and Hermione. The bond was fully present between them, the resonance reading the graveyard, the limited magic of the rudimentary body, the specific weakness of something maintained by a ritual rather than a body, the cold dark quality of Voldemort's power which was real and enormous, and had been shaped over decades into something like a weapon. Harry felt it clearly. He also felt, equally clearly, the difference between a weapon and a fire. Voldemort raised one malformed hand and cast. The spell was wordless. Harry felt it in the resonance before it arrived, the hostile intent fully legible to the perceptual enhancement, and he moved, the Beauxbatons lateral sequence, diagonal, and the spell hit the headstone behind him with a sound like a struck bell. Beside him Fleur was already casting, the redirect shield snapping into place between them and the next spell, and Hermione was doing the thing she'd been building toward for 6 months, reading the magical signature, the structure of Voldemort's casting, faster than thought, calling it before it formed. Left high. And Harry was already there, blocking with a shield that carried the bond's amplification, and the impact rang through his arm but held. Voldemort cast again, 3 rapid spells, and the third one Harry felt differently, not a combat spell. A pulling, drawing charm, aimed at one of them specifically, aimed at Hermione, the specific deliberate targeting of someone whose removal from the triad would. Harry threw himself between it and her without decision, the bond making the action automatic, and the pulling charm hit his own shield and the amplification turned it back and it dissipated against the marble headstone with a crack. The rudimentary body couldn't move quickly. It had Voldemort's mind and his power, and none of a functional body's speed. He was powerful at range, but range was available, and the three of them were not standing still. "You have practiced," Voldemort said, and his voice had shifted, not afraid, but recalculating with the specific clarity of a highly intelligent mind encountering unexpected information. "The bond has developed faster than I anticipated." The red eyes were on Harry. "You felt me approaching you." "Through the bond." "Through the resonance," Harry said. "Ah." A pause. "You know what it is?" "Everything about it." "Then you know," Voldemort said, and his voice had changed again, become something colder and more careful, "that the conflagration requires existential threat to all three. That it cannot be produced deliberately. That it is the one power of the bond that I cannot anticipate and counter." The red eyes had gone very still. "Which means I cannot allow all three of you to be in genuine danger simultaneously. I must eliminate selectively." The killing curse came from his left hand with no wind-up, no announcement, aimed at Hermione. The world did several things at once. Harry spun, and the bond did what the bond did under real existential stakes. It opened. Not the gradual warmth of training, not the spike of a graded threat. It opened, completely and without reservation, and what came through it was not Harry's magic or Fleur's magic or Hermione's magic in isolation. It was all three, one thing, and it moved with the speed of something that was not cast but present, and the gold fire came. Not from Harry's hand. From all three of them simultaneously, gold-white, older than the Veela fire, the kind of fire that the 1347 record described and the Merpeople's chieftain had recognized and Fleur's grandmother had called feu ancien. It came between the killing curse and Hermione, and it did not deflect the curse. It answered it. Green met gold-white and the green dissolved. Not blocked, not reflected, dissolved. The ancient fire found the hostile intent in the curse and burned only that, the way Delacour's document had described, and what hit Hermione was warmth, only warmth, the aftermath of a fire that had already decided what it was for. The graveyard went silent. Harry stood with the ancient fire in both hands and felt Fleur on his left with hers and Hermione on his right with hers, and the resonance was so fully present that the graveyard's air was visible, not literally, not physically, but the combined magical field had a quality that even the rudimentary body across the grass could perceive, and what it perceived made the red eyes go very still. "The conflagration," Voldemort said. His voice was extraordinary in that moment, not afraid, not defeated, but something that a man who had not felt anything genuine in decades might feel when he encountered something genuine for the first time. Surprise. The deep, structural kind. "Yes," Harry said. He moved toward Voldemort. Not with aggression, not with the combat advance of the training sessions. He walked forward the way you walk towards something you've been moving toward for a very long time and have finally arrived at the beginning of, and the ancient fire walked with him, and the resonance extended before him like a hand, reading everything about the rudimentary body, the potion that maintained it, the dark ritual's work, the seams and limitations of something that was made rather than born. Voldemort cast again, everything available, not selective now. The fear was real, the first time in perhaps decades it had been purely real, and fear made the calculation break down. 3 spells in rapid sequence, all aimed at Harry, and the ancient fire found each one and answered each one, and the graveyard was briefly brighter than daylight. Harry was 5 feet away. The rudimentary body could not move fast enough. He was 3 feet away. The resonance was reading the ritual's structure, the potion, the specific dark mechanism that gave the body its coherence, and Harry understood, not from knowledge but from the perception, from the ancient fire telling him with the specificity of something that knew exactly what hostile intent looked like, the point of fragility. He put his hand, the one still holding the ancient fire, against the ground where the ritual had been prepared. It was not a spell. He had no name for it, no incantation, no wand motion. He simply understood that the fire knew what it was for, and he gave it room to do it. The ancient fire went into the ground where the ritual had been and found the dark work there, the bone, the blood preparation, the framework that maintained the rudimentary body, and burned only that. The body collapsed. Not dramatically. Not with an explosion or a sound. It simply stopped being coherent. The dark ritual's structure unwound, the potion's work undone, and what remained was a form that was briefly barely a form and then was less than that. The red eyes went last, and what Harry saw in them in the final moment was the oldest thing, the thing that lived behind power and cruelty, and the decades of terrible choices, pure, bewildered fear of the dark. Then it was gone. The graveyard was quiet. Stars above the yew trees. The cold air of June countryside. Somewhere behind them, Wormtail was still on the ground, bound, and his wand was somewhere in the dark grass. Harry stood in the quiet, and the ancient fire went out in his hands, not extinguished, spent, the way a fire goes when there is nothing left to burn. He felt it go and felt the bond settle back into its ordinary register, the resonance still present but the conflagration over, the window closed. He turned. Fleur was standing with her wand at her side, and her face, for the first time since Harry had known her, was entirely open. All the composure, the precision, the careful architecture of a person who had grown up being seen and had learned to manage what people saw, all of it gone, not because she had lost control of it but because she had chosen not to use it. She looked at Harry with everything she actually felt on her face, which was enormous and specific and real. Hermione was shaking. Not from cold or fear, from the adrenaline aftermath, the body's response to something it had processed faster than thought. She was standing, and her eyes were clear, and her jaw was set with the determination of someone who is not going to let physical response undermine what was clearly a victory. But her hands were shaking, and she looked at her hands with the slight affront of someone annoyed at their own body's timing. Harry crossed the graveyard and put his arm around her, and she leaned into it immediately, completely, with none of the usual Hermione hedging about contact and what it meant. He reached his other arm toward Fleur, and she came and took it, and for a moment the three of them stood together in the graveyard where Voldemort had been and was no longer, and the stars were above them, and the bond was warm and clear and permanent. "Okay?" Harry said. "Yes," Hermione said. "We," Fleur said. "Wormtail," Harry said. "Still bound," Hermione said. "Right." He straightened. The clarity was still there, post-conflagration, post-whatever that had been, and his mind was working again. Dumbledore should be at the maze. Cedric should have sent sparks. We need to get Wormtail contained properly. He's the living evidence. Without him, there's no proof. Without proof, Sirius, Hermione said, and her voice had the Veela weight fully present, the certainty. Sirius Black. Without Wormtail's testimony, his conviction stands. Not for long, Harry said. He looked at Wormtail, and what he felt was not generous toward the man on the ground, but it was clear. He's going to tell the truth. Whether he wants to or not. He looked around the graveyard, the old headstones, the yew trees, the place that had been the endpoint of a plan that had been building since before Harry was born, and he thought, this is not the end of the war. Voldemort had followers still alive, and the Death Eaters were still out there, and the world would need years to sort itself out. He knew this completely. He held it clearly. But this was the end of something. The specific thing that had organized Harry Potter's entire existence. The red eyes in the dark. The cold voice through the bond. The thing that had made him a symbol before he was a person. It was gone. A crack of apparition at the graveyard's edge. Two more. Harry spun, wand up, and Dumbledore was there, moving fast, the deceptive unhurried speed, and behind him Moody and Shacklebolt, whose expression said he was simultaneously processing several things that exceeded his briefing. Dumbledore looked at the graveyard. At the collapsed ritual site. At the three of them standing unhurt. At Wormtail on the ground. At the specific quality of the air that the resonance still held, warm and present, gold at the edges. He looked at Harry for a long moment. It's done, Harry said. I see that, Dumbledore said quietly. His voice had the quality of a man seeing something he had planned for and hoped for and perhaps not fully believed in. Peter Pettigrew. Alive and bound. He looked at Shacklebolt. We'll need Veritaserum and a ministry witness. Sirius, Harry said. Sirius, Dumbledore agreed. Tonight. He held Harry's eyes. You know this is not the end of the war. I know. Harry looked at him steadily. But it's the end of this part. The part where I was the piece. The part where everything moved around me without me deciding anything. He paused. That's done. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The graveyard, the stars, the old headstones. Then he said, Yes. I believe it is. Shacklebolt was on Wormtail. Moody had done his rapid assessment of the ritual site and was taking notes with the grim efficiency of a man who has seen dark magic in many configurations and is prepared to catalogue this one. The night was organized around them, the practical work of evidence and containment, and the beginning of the long accounting that would follow. Harry turned to Fleur and Hermione. We should go back, Hermione said. The maze. The task is technically still ongoing, Harry said. Technically someone has to take the trophy. Technically, Harry agreed. He glanced at the trophy lying in the grass where Wormtail had dropped it. The portkey enchantment now spent, it had activated when they touched it, delivered them, and was now just a cup. A fairly ugly cup. I think we can agree the task is complete. The judges might disagree. The judges can take it up with the graveyard. Hermione made a sound that was a laugh before she could suppress it. Fleur did not suppress hers. It came out clean and real, the full laugh he'd heard exactly twice, and in the cold graveyard under the stars it was the best sound Harry had heard all year. He held out his hands to them, one on each side. Fleur took his left. Hermione took his right. Okay, Harry said. Let's go home. Dumbledore arranged the return, a ministry-approved portkey that took them back to Hogwarts grounds, the maze entrance, the crowd which had been sitting in confused tension for 40 minutes watching sparks and no champions. The reaction when all three of them materialized on the grounds was the kind of noise that a crowd makes when it has been holding its breath and exhales all at once, and then the questions started, and the noise became something more complicated, and Harry let it all happen around him and stood on Hogwarts grounds and breathed the castle air. It took 2 days for the story to become public. Dumbledore controlled the initial release carefully. The ministry was informed privately before the press, and the press was given facts in the right order, and Wormtail's testimony under Veritaserum was witnessed by 3 ministry officials and a Wisengamot member before the story was set in the official record. Sirius Black was formally exonerated on the Sunday following the third task, in a brief Wisengamot session that Hermione attended as a witness, and came back from with red eyes and a set expression that she maintained until she got to the common room and then dissolved briefly in the way that people who hold everything tightly do when the tension finally releases. Sirius himself arrived at Hogwarts on Monday and embraced Harry in the entrance hall with the completeness of someone who has been wrongly imprisoned for 12 years and has just been given something enormous back. He looked at Fleur and Hermione with the eyes of a man rapidly updating his understanding of the world. The Bon, he said. The Bon, Harry confirmed. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. His expression had the quality of someone seeing James Potter's son and recognizing that the son had become entirely his own person, and being glad of it. Your father would be... He stopped. Your father would have had a great deal to say about all of this. Good things? Absolutely ridiculous things, Sirius said, with complete certainty. Completely embarrassing. You're lucky he's not here. He paused. He'd also have been so proud of you he wouldn't have been able to function properly for a week. Harry laughed, and it was the kind of laugh that has something older than humor in it. The Triwizard Tournament was formally closed the following week. Cedric Diggory was declared the winner. He'd been the only champion to complete the maze under the official parameters, and the judges had spent considerable time arguing about everything else before arriving at this conclusion. He accepted the result with the grace of someone who understood that the tournament had become something different from what it started as, and shook Harry's hand afterward with a sincerity that was entirely genuine. "Little Hangleton," he said quietly, "you told me to tell Dumbledore." "Yes." "You knew you were going to go." "I knew the bond would go," Harry said. "I trusted the rest." Cedric nodded slowly. "I've been trying to understand it. All year, watching the three of you. The bond." He paused. "You didn't choose any of this, and you chose all of it at the same time." "That's about right," Harry said. "Seems like a good way to live," Cedric said, and went back to his table. Hogwarts moved into the end of term with the specific energy of a year that had been enormous and was now resolving. Exams happened. Hermione's approach to exams was entirely unchanged by the events of the past 6 months, which Harry found deeply reassuring. The bond provided some enhancement to his own studying, the perception sharpening his attention, and he did better than he expected and not as well as Hermione, which was the natural order of things. Fleur was exempt from Hogwarts exams and spent the revision period in the library doing things with texts that weren't assigned to her, because Fleur approached academic material the way she approached everything, with focused efficiency and no patience for anything less than the complete version. On the last evening before the journey home, Harry went to the lake alone. He sat on the bank where they'd stood in February, in the blue June dark, and looked at the water. The lake was entirely still, the stars reflected in it, the castle's lights caught in the surface. Somewhere in the dark water the merpeople moved in their own ancient patterns. He thought about the year. The Yule Ball and the gold light and sitting on a corridor floor while a party happened above them. Training sessions in the room of requirement, and Fleur's laugh and Hermione's notebook, and Ron's right then what do you need? Umbridge and her clipboard and the specific satisfaction of prepared truth meeting unprepared assumptions. The lake in February, and the cold surface of February air. Crouch Jr. in the 7th floor corridor, and the trigger enchantment dissolving under finite incantatum. The resonance seating in the room of requirement, the air in the space-going cathedral. The graveyard and the ancient fire, and the red eyes going last. He turned his wrist over. The gold thread was there, fully visible in the evening, bright and warm and entirely real. "We thought you might come here," Hermione said. He looked over his shoulder. Both of them, as they always were, coming from different directions and arriving at the same moment. Hermione sat on his right and Fleur on his left, and the bond settled with the completeness of things finding their proper configuration. "End of term tomorrow," Harry said. "Yes," Hermione said. "Where are you going?" he said to Fleur. "For the summer. Home. Maman there is much to discuss." A pause. "And then wherever we decide to be." She glanced at him. "The bond does not dissolve with geography. The distance is manageable. I confirmed this with my grandmother last week." "How manageable?" "Europe is fine. Sustained separation across larger distances." She tilted her head. "We would know it. We would feel the pull. Then we don't stay too far," Harry said. "No," she agreed. "We don't." Hermione was quiet for a moment, the kind of quiet that meant she was saying something she'd been thinking about for a while and was choosing the phrasing. "I wrote to my parents," she said. "About the summer. About all of it. The bond and the heritage, and what happened at the end of term." She paused. "My mother found a genealogy record. 3 generations back, her grandmother's grandmother. Married name was Granger originally, but the family record on her maternal side goes back to France. Provence. Veela country," Fleur said softly. "Veela country," Hermione confirmed. "Her name was Eloise. She married a British merchant in 1887 and the magical inheritance was dormant by then, or she was suppressing it, the record isn't clear. But she was real." She stopped. "I have a name. For the first time I have a name." Harry looked at her. In the blue June dark by the lake she was herself, completely and without armor, not the performing for approval Hermione of first year, not the proving herself Hermione of every exam she'd ever sat. Just Hermione, holding a name from 3 generations back, finding it significant in a way she hadn't expected to find it significant. "Eloise," he said. "Eloise," she said, and the warmth in it was its own kind of fire. He looked at the lake. The stars in its surface. The castle behind them, lit and warm, and ahead of them a summer that was open in ways summers hadn't been before, a war whose central piece was resolved without the long grinding horror he'd been bracing for since 4th year, a world that was genuinely different from the one they'd entered in September because they had made it different. The bond was warm and steady and permanent. The resonance was present in the air around them. His palm held the memory of ancient fire. "What's next?" Hermione said. "Whatever we decide," Harry said. He meant it. Not as a wish or a plan or a strategy. As a fact, simple and real, the most revolutionary thing he'd ever said. Whatever we decide. Not the tournament, not Voldemort's timeline, not Dumbledore's plan, not the Ministry's classification, not the fear of what was coming. They were 17 years old and powerful and bonded and free, and the world was large, and it was theirs. Fleur put her head back and looked at the stars. "Then we should decide well," she said. "We will," Harry said. The lake held the sky in its surface. The castle was warm at their backs. The bond hummed between them, old and new and entirely real, and the night was quiet, and the quiet was good.